Blah, 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 blah. All right, all right, all right. Mic test, 1, 2, 3, mic test. Sounds to me like it's good. So I have to apologize. I totally forgot that I had set the stream to members only. I don't know why I don't know why it was set like that. It must have been because it was the last stream I did was a members only stream, so I guess that's how it works. But I totally forgot to change it to public. Now it's all right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Richard Howenstein, 1207, appreciate the $5 super chat, says, this is for the Billy Napier segment, cinema. Thank you. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you. Thank you for getting us started here. Speaking of which, we're going to get things started in just a minute. I have to go handle something real fast. And then we'll get started here. The game doesn't even start until 7:30 anyway, but I did want to talk with you guys a little bit before we get things running here. So stick around. Stay tuned. We're going to get things rolling here in just a few minutes. Blah, blah, blah.
To win, you got to not lose.
All right. That's enough of that. Well then. Well. Welcome, everybody. How is everybody doing tonight? Weirdly enough, I don't understand why, but whenever I started this live stream up, apparently it was set to members only. I did fix that, so hopefully everybody will come to that realization and hop on in here. But welcome for those of you who are in here. Thank you to everybody who is in here tonight. Of course, we are going to be watching the Texas A&M game, a Friday night brawl between two potential CFP contenders. Well, A&M's in the playoffs no matter what happens here. They lose tonight by 1,000,000, they're still in the playoffs. Texas has to win this game, and then whatever else happens afterwards, maybe they can slither their way in as a 3-loss team. Now, look, I'm kind of hate watching tonight. I would say that I'm rooting for just a good game, but I'm not. I kind of need A&M to win this because a couple of things. One, I don't want to see a 3-loss Texas that lost to Billy Napier in the playoffs. That's stupid. It would be really dumb. You lost 3 games, and in those 3 losses, you looked absolutely terrible. I don't think you deserve to make the playoffs no matter what happens. A&M, it would put A&M in a really bad position too, because This is the best SEC team that they've played all season. Ironically enough, is this Texas team that has been not so good. They're 8-3 right now, trying to get to 9-3. They're not even ranked in the top 15, but this is the best SEC team that Texas A&M has faced all season. They played the bottom half of the SEC, and that's been all of their conference opponents. And they sort of rode the struggle bus against some of them in the process. So it would make A&M look bad, but the reason why I'm rooting for A&M here tonight is because, well, first of all, I got to get rid of this bubble screen counter. I'm not keeping track of bubble screens when Tennessee's not involved. But the reason why I'm rooting for A&M tonight is because with the way the SEC is panned out. So here's the deal. The way the SEC is panned out, it is a very tight race to see who's going to make the conference championship. A&M should be the front runner. They are the front runner. If they win, they're in. That's the deal. If A&M wins this game, they're in. If they don't, they're no longer in. In fact, they are going to be replaced by the dadgum mouse, the Georgia Bulldogs, and literally my arch rival. So in order to keep that from happening, I'm in favor of A&M winning. Now, unfortunately, they're not the only ones who have to win in order to keep the mouse out of the SEC championship. Bama, tomorrow, also has to beat Auburn. In fact, I will be live for that as well. Now, it's going to be a members-only stream right after the Tennessee-Vandy game. But whichever if Bama and A&M both win, then they'll play each other in the SEC championship. If one of them lose, the mouse gets in. If both of them somehow lose miraculously, then that means the mouse will be facing a Lane Kiffin-less Ole Miss. Because we all know Lane Kiffin is getting out of Oxford from the looks of it. Of course, the Egg Bowl was no entertainment. The thing is about the Egg Bowl this year, nobody cared about the actual game itself. Mississippi State was never going to win that game, ironically enough. Everybody's focus was on what Lane Kiffin was going to say, what he was going to do. Was he going to stay? Was he going to leave? And of course, he's still playing with it. He's getting offended. He got offended at this one at this one guy. I think he was part of On3 Sports or something, who basically said, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. And boy, did he get mad about that one. Confronted him, and of course, the On3 guy, whoever he was, started shaking and all that. Couldn't handle the heat. Because Kevin went up to him and was like, call me a hoe in there and see what happens. He actually confronted the guy. Give him credit for that at least. But I'm saying he got overly offended about a job to potentially that he's not even going to stay at. And the more he says, the less convinced that I am that he's actually going to stay. So we'll see. We'll see if that on 3 guy is actually vindicated in part of his words, because the whole point was that he's going to leave because that's who Lane Kiffin is. He bounces from job to job to job, zero loyalty. That was the whole point behind what he said. But that doesn't matter pretty much the way that he went about saying it. So I guess we're gonna find out in due time. Is all I can really say about that. But yeah, nobody, ironically enough, was focused on that game. It was all about whatever Kiffin was saying or doing or whatever the hell. You know what I mean? That was what mattered in everybody's eyes. So, yeah, funny how that works. Yeah, apologize for the recap this week. Now, of course, I did manage to get around to making it, but the leash was look. I had a lot. I'm not trying to make excuses. There's no excuse for the what I did with FIU. That was just neglectful action by me. Straight up, that's all there is to it. So I apologize to the FIU fans. You'll get a special segment at the start of this upcoming week's recap. Of course, this will be the biggest week of the recap. It's the final week of the recap before we get into the postseason. And then after that, there's only going to be one more college football chaos with all of the... Well, actually, there's 2 more. I take that back. There's 2 more. Of course, the conference championships, which that one will be much shorter than all the others because there's only a handful of games. And then the bowl game edition with all the bowl games, the national championships, the playoff game, all that. All of that will be included. So, yeah, not much left to go over this week. Now, I will say, Thursday, of course, the recap will be out by then. Before Thursday, more than likely, but at the latest, it'll be out Thursday. Because Thursday is a very special day for this channel and this brand here on Squidtard. It's actually the 9-year anniversary of Squidtard. And I'm not just talking about this channel, I'm talking about Squidtard in general. I started YouTube all the way back in December 4th of 2016. So, yeah, 9-year anniversary coming up Thursday, December 4th. I'll be doing a big live stream here on Squidtard Sports, the Squidtard Twitch. I'll be doing it all over the place, and we'll be hanging out, playing games. I'll do I'll do everything I can, try and get some people on here. We might do a special version of the FBS report. After the FBS report, I'll see what I can do. But I'll do a little bit of everything for you guys. Tis the plan that I've got set for Thursday. But it'll be a pretty long live stream, probably the longest I've done in a very long time. And it'll be on the main channel. It'll be on this channel. It'll also be on the Twitch. That's what I've got planned for December 4th. And I bet you guys are wondering, are the coaching videos, are they happening, Squidtard? Yes, they are. And I am in the process of working on those as well. In fact, the first one I'm going to be doing, which I've already started development on, is the James Franklin experience. So the James Franklin experience is in the works. Can't give you a timeline for when it's going to come out, but it is going to be the first video of the coaches that I will make. And in case you were wondering, one more thing. Yes, I will be including UMass on this week's recap because I already know somebody's going to ask about that. The perfect 0-12 season, it will be covered this week on the recap as well as in its own separate video. So I'm a very busy individual. I graduate from college officially in less than a month. So I'm very, very excited about that. But also with that comes responsibility. Responsibility of being in the real world and paying rent, getting my own job, getting an actual job that pays off well so I can fund myself. And then eventually in the near future, hopefully, get to a point where I can do this for my living. But we'll see. A lot of future talk. It's present day. It's the current year, current day. The only thing that matters right now is making sure the Mouse stays out of the SEC championship, and part of that matters on whatever happens with Texas and Texas A&M. But good to see all you guys in here. Let's see. Now let me go over to the comments real fast, see what we got in here. Agent Charles, Alutron, both are here and on the Twitch. Shout out to all the people there on the Twitch. We actually have 67 followers. AT Photography, Yo Man Connor, Truxima, Daizo, Tenderhorn, the Big Boss, Richard Howenstein, Daizo, Just Call Me Ender, Cheshire Cat, VTuber. I'm assuming that's what VT stands for. VTuber. I know a thing or two about that. James Stillinghast, 7165. Mark Hoffman, TJ, Joshua George, Egg 6838, Vapor272, Chiaotsu. Good to see all of you guys in here tonight. Hope it's going to be... I hope for the sake of this stream that it's going to be a good game. But I really don't want the mouse. I really don't want the mouse back in the dadgum SEC Championship. We need a new face. We need a new face of the SEC Championship. Because I already know I'm probably going to have to react to the game. And I'd much rather see... I'd much rather see A&M and Alabama in there than, anybody else. Anybody else that's actually in contention for it. Because there's only 4 more teams left that are actually in contention for it. How was the Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving was great. Hope your guys' Thanksgiving was great as well. Hope you ate pretty good. Hope you spent some quality time with your family, because that's all that... more often than not, what matters the most about Thanksgiving, of course, eating good food and spending time with your loved ones. And hopefully you guys got to have some of that time to do so. But in case you're wondering, yes, I did have a fantastic Thanksgiving. Just finished some leftovers before the stream started. Had some more of my mom's mac and cheese. Best mac and cheese in the entire universe, I will tell you. Nothing better than that. Something else that, there's so many different things to eat for Thanksgiving. I had some corn, some green beans, some broccoli. But most of it is the mac and cheese and the bread. Peak stuff. Peak stuff, I will tell you. And then the dessert. Of course, by the time I had finished, there wasn't much room left for dessert. But what I did have was pretty daggum good. So one of the things my mom does every single year is she makes these, they're like these acorns, but they're like, I'm not eating straight acorns. It's stuff that looks like an acorn. It's a little Hershey Kiss on top of like, those Nilla wafer cookies. It was one of those little ones on top of a Nilla wafer cookie, and then right below that was a much bigger Hershey Kiss. It's like a s'more. So daggum good. So daggum good. But yes, I've consumed pretty well these past 2 days, and I got some good rest out of it since I'm on a break. Now finals are coming up. The rest of my finals are coming up this week. I just have that to work over with. I have a final project to do in preparation for just the end of this week, and then after that, I'm done. The only thing left to do past that point is graduate. So yeah, very, 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 very busy times coming up for your boy Squidtard. We'll see how it pans out. Now as for the football of today. We had some good football games on, as always. You already know how that works out. But yeah, the good thing about rivalry weekend is that you get some good action 2 days in a row instead of just one. And we got some pretty good games. Also got some absolute sleepers. For one, Georgia Tech. I would have expected Georgia to run away with it, considering if the Haynes King offense ain't running, Georgia Tech is basically useless. But so is Georgia's offense, because Gunnar Stockton had a terrible day. But it was enough to take care of business. The only thing Tech could do was kick field goals. They couldn't get down to the end zone against the Georgia defense. So it's another scenario of the Bulldog defense bailing out their offense. Just more of the same from Georgia. But they do win. They go to 11-1, clinch their spot in the playoffs no matter what happens throughout the rest of the season. Georgia Tech finishes 9-3 in the regular season. Still a great year for Brent Key, but I'm sure it's disappointing. They're not going to make the ACC championship. They aren't going to make the playoffs. They're probably going to make somewhere in the Pop-Tart Bowl or something. But still, pretty good day pretty good overall season for the Yellow Jackets. Egg Bowl, we already talked about that. Ole Miss won big. Pretty much handled business throughout the entirety of the game. Was never really even a competition. Utah had a struggle fest against Kansas. Looked like they might have ended up losing that game. Kansas really fought hard all the way up until the end, but then Utah pulled away towards the end. Devon Dampier became the clutch god for the Utes and wound up handling business against Kansas. So Utah moves up to 10-2. Probably not a playoff team. They're going to be in the bubble, and they're going to need a lot of things to go their way. But it's still a hell of a way better season than last year. Kansas once again moves out of bowl eligibility. They're 5-7, eliminated from a bowl. I don't know how much longer the leash is going to be for Lance Leopold, but the expectations for Kansas are already down in the dumpster, so he'll probably be fine. Got to suit up for next year, hope for the best at that point in due time. Iowa took Nebraska to the woodshed. Now, this was one I knew was going to happen. If there was any year that this was not going to be a one-score game, this was going to be it. And, yeah, that went exactly as I thought it would. Iowa ran away with it. Nebraska had no chance of competition. The run game, Iowa just completely dismantled them on the run. And we already know that since Nebraska lost Dylan Mahomes, they've been a shell of what their former team was. The moment I realized they barely got across UCLA, by that point it was pretty much solidified in stone what was going to happen to them with Iowa. So tough finish for the Cornhuskers, but if they win their bowl game, it'll be a better season than what they had last year. You want to talk about a good game, though. New Mexico and San Diego State, they're fighting for conference contention, and New Mexico won that game in overtime. Looks like now they're going to be making the Mountain West Championship. So good win for New Mexico. North Texas goes to 11-1 on the year. Best season absolutely so far for North Texas. We'll see what they can do. Probably what are they now? Are they in the yeah, they're going to the American Championship, so yeah. Gonna be fun to watch them go through that. Navy, of course, beat Memphis yesterday. So we'll probably what it's looking like right now is it's gonna be Navy and North Texas in the American. Winner of that game potentially going to the playoffs if South Florida falls, which, gonna be honest, doesn't look likely. But yeah, that's the football for this week so far. We're about to get a hell of a lot more action when Texas and A&M play. And I'm kind of crossing my fingers and hoping that A&M wins, because if they don't, the mouse is going to cuck me again. Yeah, all right. But yeah, that's your football for the week so far. Got a lot more in action, though, for you. That's all I can really say. That's all I can really say. I watched my Eagles implode today on national television. Yeah, that was bad. That was an Arkansas level self-mutilation right there. I don't know what that was about. Are you ever going to apologize to FIU? I just told you so. You got to listen. Open your ears next time. I said so at the start of the stream that I was going to apologize to FIU. Eagles' downfall is a national tragedy. I mean, is it though? Is it? I can't go into too much context, but I on my Twitter feed while I was going through, I saw the daggum cupcake eater on there, and I'm like, what's this guy doing here? How has he not been banned from Twitter? But then again, Twitter just allows whatever on their site, so I guess it really isn't that much of a surprise. Kansas, Mississippi State, and Buffalo are eliminated from bowl contention. Yeah, very, very, very accurate right there. Squid in KHSAA Class 6A football semis. Louisville Trinity dog walked Louisville State Xavier 50-7. Congratulations. Now the question becomes, how does that affect Texas's run in the playoffs? We all ask. I wasn't here at the very beginning. Sounds like a skill issue to me. Cupcake dude is still around. I didn't know that either. Then he just appeared on my feed talking about, like, F the Eagles suck. I'm like, brother, I think you got a whole lot more to worry about than the Eagles. Just my general analysis. Alabama taketh from the Pac-12. The Pac-12 taketh back in the form of a new head coach. Well, they've already taketh. With Kalen DeBozo. How did he even make? I don't know. I really don't. I really don't care. It's such a shame too, man. It's such a legacy, and then blew it all away. Happy Thanksgiving, Squid. Thank you, Lil Bats. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. Hope you had a great one. I have the worst feed both on Instagram and Twitter. Yeah, you stick around for long enough, and yeah, it really does turn into an absolute cesspool. Instagrams, though, the thing about Instagram is that a lot of it is based on like your interests. That's one thing it does. It's based on all like your interests. So like I'll get like it's weird because I'll get like quintessential quintuplet stuff, and then right after that football stuff, and that's basically my entire feed. And then sometimes I just get the dumbest memes ever, and then usually I'll send them to my friends so that they can suffer too. Texas is so bad against a decent team. Yeah, this is bad versus batter, it feels like. Literally both of these teams are seen by the general public as overrated. So it's just all about who's overrated. Massachusetts kind of sucks, not gonna lie. Yeah, kind of sucks. Yeah, 0-12. Yeah, that's a little bad if you ask me. A little bad. Just a teeny weeny bit. Just a teeny weeny bit bad. Let's see. We're not? No, we're not gonna do orange this time. We're gonna do maybe red, maybe white. There's also purple. We can do purple or blue or green or yeah. We're just gonna stick with red. No, because that's for mouse. You know what? Yellow. Why not yellow? Yeah, yellow. Who doesn't love yellow? Ugh. You like that show? I like a lot of shows. But yes, I am a heavy anime fan. Yeah, I know, I'm weird. Tell me so. Marcel Reed can't throw. Well, he can run. And to be fair, Arch Manning's sort of the same thing. Arch Manning has the same problem. Needed terrible teams to make him look good. Same for Reed, though, I guess. I don't know how to hate watch this game, right? Why can't they just both lose? Bring back ties? Yeah, I know. Such a shame. Such a shame, ain't it? Yeah, if you're a Texas Tech fan or like any other team in the state of Texas, you're just rooting for the Meteor. San Diego State had 3 false starts against the Lobos in second overtime. Yep, that'll kill you. Good old ref ball. That'll do you in. I'm watching up here on one of the big screens, Boise State and Utah State. This is a hell of a game right here. Boise State's driving past the 30, down by 5, with less than 5 minutes left to go. We all thought South Carolina versus Clemson would be a good game between good teams. Yeah, I predicted that at the start of the season. I predicted that they were going to deviate from the game. The game that they glaze constantly and actually go to the Palmetto Bowl. But since both Carolina and Clemson both tanked this year in a way that we could have never even seen coming, that game's now on at 10 a.m. on Nick Jr. And instead we get another year of College Game Day glazing the absolute shit out of the game. Because that'll never stop. Something tells me they're just going to permanently go there every single year. Just every single year. But College Game Day is deviated to the point where it's just about the big... It's literally just about the highest ranked matchups. I tried reaching out Squid, but DM's locked down. Oh, that's weird. I think I turned him off because I got too many people trying to like DM me. If you could try reaching out to my Twitter, I think I have DMs open there. If you want to go check that out. UAB had 4 consecutive false starts against South Florida. Someone screamed, "You're in your own stadium, you fucking idiots." Yeah, somebody tried telling that to Tennessee. Tennessee, we get iced by our own crowd sometimes. If I hear that Beyonce song one more time, oh, you better lock in and cover your ears because you're going to be hearing it nonstop. How will Dora explain anything about football? That I do not know. They might go to the Iron Bowl. Not for a while. Not until Auburn figures out how to be good. Until then, no. It's going to be like this every single year. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw, but I finally figured out how to make the chats transparent. It's a slight adjustment to what otherwise is a minor problem. Trying to get the full multi chat in just one big chat, but I can't figure out how to do that yet. But I'll take some time to do so later. Herb Street turned into a crybaby pansy. Damn. I'm so hyped for the Texas Hold'em Bowl. They're hyped too. Hey, they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing. Does this scare you? Do you are afraid? Woo! Haha. That was so ridiculous. Hearing like the Texas administration trying to sue people for doing this. The spooky, scary hand signal. Ooh. Scary. Ooh. I mean, that was so pathetic. They tried to get in the SEC and then tried to bully the administration into outlawing the horns down. Bunch of crybabies. Why is the Yankee player holding a folding chair? It's part of some tradition. They've put all the teams that they beat on there. So basically, it's just they've got a whole bunch of mid on that chair, and they're running around talking about how great their wins are. I mean, the Notre Dame win is absolutely great. That's a good one. The Notre Dame win might be one of the best wins that anybody has. So it's not like A&M's entire schedule is just nothing. Because that Notre Dame win is a really good one to have on your resume. But the SEC has done you absolutely no favors with who else you've played afterwards. Do you play Clash? Used to. But then it got too time-consuming and too ridiculous, so I just stopped. Hope Red is bundled up in West Lafayette, Indiana. They're calling for a winter storm tonight. Yeah, it's dadgum cold outside. It finally got cold hit down here in Tennessee after however long it's been hot. I mean, even this week, you were talking about 60-degree weather during the day, and it's like it's almost December. Absolutely ridiculous. You better walk away from your computer screen. Florida State lost to Stanford. You're still the Tank Knowles. Oh, yeah. No, they're never going away from that. They're fighting for bowl eligibility this week against Florida. See, it would be so funny to me if Florida just sent that final parting gift to FSU, makes them go 5-7. I think by that point, if they lose that game, Norvell would be going into 2026 with the greatest hot seat ever. I was going to say it gets Cam, but I forgot they were stupid enough to keep him around for 2026 because we all know they can't afford to fire him. Yeah, all the teams of coaches that they are hate watching just to see their coach get fired. Not they're actually fired, like for Brian Kelly for LSU. You got to be back to rooting for your team, because that's what I would be doing. Now that you've done what you wanted to do, now you want to go out and see your team grab an upset or something. That's what I would do in that scenario. Like if I were a Cal fan, I'd be rooting for Cal to win their last game. They're already bowl eligible. They just lost that Stanford game, the only game that they actually care about, and that's what got Justin Wilcox canned. Nobody's poaching Norvell. Nobody has any interest in going after him. That's just the truth. Squid, there's no way Oregon is going to lose to Washington tomorrow, right? Of course not. Of course not. No, you're absolutely fine. I don't know. I think you'll be fine. I do. You guys did a great job shutting down USC's offense in the second half. If you're able to do that, then I think you should be fine. Washington's offense is less potent than USC's. So as long as you're able to do at least a decent job shutting it down, I think you should be fine and you should take care of business. Either way, though, I think Oregon is a playoff lock. If they lose, I think the worst case scenario for Oregon is if they lose, they'll be going on the road to play rather than hosting for their playoff game. Here we go. We're about to get things started in good old Longhorn land. Good old horns down land. Things are about to get started here. Texas A&M's going to kick, and the Longhorns will receive. Will Arch Manning become a man-ing tonight? I don't know. He may hear me. I mean, he already is a Manning. We just don't know how much of a man-ing he is. Anyway, here's the kick. This one sails past, rolls out of the end zone for a touchback. Hear me out. Pitt beats Miami. I think that was an upset I actually called in the FBS report. I called that one, and then I called the Egg Bowl being an upset, but obviously that didn't pan out the way I would have otherwise hoped for. Ole Miss went in there and took care of business, obliterated them. So if I go 0 for 2, then that probably means Miami will be a bubble team in the playoffs. One thing I will say, though, is if Oregon does lose to Washington and Miami wins against Pitt, that does put Oregon in a really tough spot. Here's the first play. It's a bubble screen. Big screen way past the line of scrimmage. Triple option play. Throws late, and it is incomplete, thrown to the ground. It wasn't a screen. It was some wildcat trickery right there, but did not go their own way. Tried the double pass. Horns down. The SEC team set in unison. How's Texas ranked 16th? Because of quality wins and everybody else above them losing. That's why. Rolling out of the pocket. Here's Arch Manning on the handoff up the middle. No gain there. It's going to be third and about 9 or 8. The weather is actually so bipolar. Early November it was 25 degrees and now it's 50 degrees typically. Yeah, there's no guarantee of the weather cooperating in any given circumstance. That's all. That's one thing I absolutely know. I don't think the Xbox is plugged in. I'm going to plug this bad boy in. Here's 3rd and 8 for the Aggies here. What multi-view we got? I'm sure it's the same as it always is. Here's Arch Manning back to pass. Looks, throws on the outside. It is caught for a first down. Getting past the 35-yard line. That'll keep the Texas drive moving. There's only one game on. That's Indiana-Purdue. But this game will be over in 10 seconds. I don't think Lane wants to go to LSU. I'd imagine he's going to Florida if he's going anywhere at all. No, they've confirmed that he's not going to Florida. Florida is out of the race. I don't know if they're going to be picking up John Sumrall, but whatever they're doing, Lane Kiffin is out of the Florida race. Throw on the outside, tipped and incomplete. Here goes Purdue on their first drive. Rolls out of the pocket, throws late, and it's picked off. Yep. First play. That was the second play. Second play from scrimmage. Purdue throws an interception. So, yep, I was right. About 5 seconds and the game's already over. All right, here we go. Here goes Texas from 2nd and 10 at the 36-yard line. Manning throws the pitch. It is complete, but for a loss, and it'll be 3rd and 10. Can Pitt make the playoffs? No. No. They spent the first month of the season dicking around, losing to teams like Rich Rod. They were never going to make the playoffs. That's too bad of a loss here. There's no way you come back from that one. Drain has been derailed since the start of the season. Been derailed well before that, too. 3rd down and 11, actually. They've got to get all the way to the 46-yard line. Manning all alone in the pocket. Throws late. Almost had a man, but it's incomplete. And now it'll be 4th down. If they win the ACC, they get in based on that. The ACC champion is not the one that's in. It is not. If I'm right here, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not the conference champion that automatically gets in, but the highest ranked team from that conference. So in that scenario, Miami gets in. I think because Miami is the highest ranked ACC team, right? Yeah. Now, would they be if Pitt beats them and then they win the ACC? That'd be interesting. Anyway, this punt sails past and goes down to the 5-yard line. So A&M is going to be locked in deep territory to start this first drive. I still think the college football playoffs should only be conference champions. So you want a 6-team college football playoff is what you're saying, right? It's only 6 teams. So you have the top 4 conference champions and then 2 group of 5 champions is what you're saying. It's hard to disagree with that, but it's hard to agree with it either. It's hard to really say anything about that, honestly. Pass play, Marcel Reed from the end zone tries to run out of the pocket and taken down after a gain of a yard or 2. all G5. Yeah. Just put half of the American in there and call it a day. How about Indiana? How about Purdue shutting down Indiana on their first drive? That's funny. But now they got to start from the 3-yard line. Here goes Reed. Throws the screen on the outside. Got some blockers in front of him. Good running lane. Gets past the 18 for the first down. Yeah, A&M's offense might not run well today. I can already tell they're scared to let Reed throw. They're afraid to let him just air this thing out. They're throwing screens and just making him run the ball. What up, Wolverine? Good to see you. We need a 136-team college football playoff. I agree. Might as well just make the whole season the college football playoff and then call it a day. You got people meeting up talking about a 24-team playoff since their precious team got left out. Oh, we got to bump up. We got to bump it up again. We're gonna bump it up. It's too little. There's not enough teams in there. Boo hoo, boo daggum hoo. If you just put everybody in the playoffs, except for a couple of teams, the only thing you're teaching the teams that don't make it or know they're not going to make it is that if you don't, the season is meaningless. So you're going to have a bunch of teams with 6 losses or 4 losses or something like that are just going to give up the entire season. It's going to get to a point where you have teams just straight up forfeit the rest of their games because they didn't make the playoffs. That's what it's going to turn into. A little trickery on the Marcel Reed run here. Texas shuts it down. It's going to be 3rd and 4. We need a Mickey Mouse conference starring UCF, Georgia, and North Dakota State. And a Mickey Mouse conference. I see what you did there because UCF and Orlando. All right. Yeah, that took me a minute. It's funny. Here go 3rd and 4. You think this will be a Marcel Reed run or a check down? Or maybe a screen. It's going to be one of the 3. They're just way too scared to let Marcel Reed throw this ball. So from the 25, got to get to the 29. Pass play, Reed looking. Throws over the middle, incomplete. Had a man, but he threw it way too ridiculously far for a 4. It was a 4-yard check down, and he threw it like he was throwing a 20-yard. That's insane. But it's going to be 4th down. Longhorns are going to get this ball back. You got rejected because your team sucks. Take your Outback Bowl bid and F off. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got some of these Tennessee fans going around talking about all these different playoff scenarios. If this and 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 this happen, oh, we're in, baby. Like, stop. No, we're not. Nor would I want to be. You know what I mean? This team is the team would be good enough to be an invitational and then die. That's how that would go. Almost as bad as it did back in Columbus last year. App State, Michigan is almost 20 years old. Yep, not this upcoming season, but the one after that. It'll be the 20-year anniversary of the App State upset over Michigan. The one game that put them in the FBS. You can't spell citrus without UT. Tee-hee, funny. And you can't spell Wisconsin without ass. How do you think I feel? Yeah. The good rivalries are tomorrow. Good rivalries. Yeah, I mean, there's some good ones today, too. If Texas A&M and Texas were a game that were played on Saturday instead of Friday, there's the slightest possibility. Oh, actually, I take it back. I would say there's the slightest possibility game day goes there instead, but we all know they glaze the absolute crap out of the game no matter what. Yeah, while we're talking about the Mickey Mouse Bowl, make sure to put Texas in there. Because one thing's for certain, if they win this game, all you're going to be hearing is the Arch Manning and Texas glaze. Because we're hearing it now. We're hearing it now from a 3-loss Texas team. They're trying to gas up Arch Manning. Reminder, the same team that got beat by Florida, by the way, a 3-8 Florida team, is a Texas team that's going to go and run the gauntlet because Arch Manning is a Peyton Manning descendant. I have a feeling that Ohio State loses tomorrow. I'd be shocked if it was any. I would not be the least bit shocked, is all I can really say about that. Corey D. Coleman, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Ironically enough, I wouldn't actually mind going to the Citrus Bowl. I think right now we're looking at Citrus, ReliaQuest, or if we end up losing to Vandy, then I think it would be something closer to the Outback Bowl, which doesn't even exist, but it's about the whatever reflection of that it is. I forget the new name of it now, but all that needs to be said is it's not going to be the Music Shitty Bowl. As long as it's not that, then I'm okay with whatever we get, because Music Shitty Bowl, worst bowl game I ever. There is not a worse bowl game to go to than that pile of AIDS. They don't give a shit about you. The teams don't give a shit. The ref ball definitely doesn't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit about that game, and they absolutely show it in the performance they put on there, especially the end zones. The painted end zones, that's the least shit anybody's ever given right there. Heard they had a bunch of rocks and just forgot to clean up all the pebbles on the field, too. God, just that is just depressing. Tank Bowl, 2 worst teams play, and the one that loses swaps with Youngstown State. So are we talking just FBS? Because then that would be like UMass versus Charlotte. Because I think Charlotte's like, they're about to be 1-11. They're probably the worst next team after UMass. So it would be them. But if we're talking about Power 4, then it would be Boston College and the Oklahoma State. Here goes Manning rolling out on first down, throws, got a man open. Can he catch it? No, he can't. Incomplete. Great pass protection by A&M to keep that one away. It'll be 2nd and 10. On my end, you had a YouTube featured under your video. Not sure if that means anything. Yeah, my ass. It means, I don't know. Let me check that out. Featured usually means something good in most cases. I don't know. By the way, unrelated, but we are almost to 25K on this channel, believe it or not. Absolutely crazy that we've gotten to that point, but it's the truth. We are almost to 25K. Never would have thought we'd get there, but it's looking like we can make that goal before the end of the season. I think maybe before the end of this year. I think we can. I think we can get to 25,000. We're only 500 away, so if you haven't shouted out this channel to anybody, I would greatly appreciate it if you do so, because every single person in terms of support goes a long, long way. So I will never take you guys for granted, and I greatly appreciate you all being on here to watch these games with me, because I'm literally just some dumbass with a YouTube channel talking about football, and you guys are sitting here supporting me, and I greatly appreciate it. Here you go, Manning throwing a deep bomb on 3rd and 8. Receiver was held down. I don't know how the hell that's not pass interference. Ryan Wingo had his arm held the entire time frame he was trying to go for the ball. How is that not pass interference? What are we doing here, refs? How? I must be missing something. That is insane. He was literally holding his arm back the entire way. 4th and 8, though, for Texas. Another 3 and out. They're going to give this ball back to the Aggies. I think we need some redeems for the Twitch chat. Yeah, I haven't done a lot on Twitch as of recently. One thing I will do probably this week, I will make it a priority this time, is I am going to, get myself into the little program Twitch has, where you can start really monetizing and moving forward your Twitch. I'm gonna actually start doing that this week, because I never got around to it, and I need to. How is that not a flag? I'm saying the same thing. Yeah, these SEC refs Full-on potato. They have no idea what they're doing. And this is a guy who's wanted A&M to win. I mean, that's insane how that is not a flag. What up, Squid? My dogs did not look impressive today, but glad the defense came to play. Yeah, that game went exactly the opposite of how I thought it was going to go. If there was going to be a blowout, I thought Georgia was going to run away with it because that's what I thought it was going to turn into, because when you shut down the Haynes King offense, they just become completely useless. They become completely inept, cannot move the ball in any capacity, and that's what Georgia did. So I thought they were going to run away with the game early on, but the defense for Georgia Tech suddenly figured out they had a pulse, and Georgia couldn't figure out how to do anything with it. So it all came down to who was going to score the touchdown because Georgia Tech didn't feel like doing it. So the Dogs got away with one there, but now all you can hope for is that either A&M or Alabama blow up and die so that you guys can get your way into the SEC championship. I'm rooting for Vandy purely because of a rebuild I did in NCAA Football 10 for the PSP in class to get around to the New York school phone ban. That's an hilarious story. So because of your dynasty back in NCAA Football 10, you're now a Vandy fan. What a story. As a Texas fan, I've just given up on getting PI calls. Yeah, that comes with being an SEC fan. You get the calls when the SEC deems that you get them. Otherwise, you ain't getting shit. Seriously, the only college football do accept poor officiating until losing teams to win around bad calling. The NFL fans weren't as accepting when the refs went on strike that one year. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's gonna continue. It's like NIL and the fact that it's just continuously getting worse. It's gonna keep happening until somebody actually says something about it with power. Because when NIL got as bad as it is and Nick Saban retired because of it, because that's what most of us know, that Nick Saban retired because the football world was changing and you're just able to pay players. And then when it got to the point the NCAA just allowed schools to directly pay players, at that point a lot of these coaches should have just stood up and went, nope, I'm not going to let that happen. They should have said something about it. Instead, what they did was they acted like they knew nothing about it, except for a few coaches which were willing to say something about it. But instead of joining that coach in the SEC, I think it was, ironically enough, I think it was actually Kirby Mouse who said something about it. But if it wasn't him, though, I think it was Kiffin. It was one of the two. But instead of any of the other coaches joining him, instead they tucked their tail between their legs and just refused to acknowledge it. And that's what led to the situation getting worse and worse and worse as it's gone on. And a lot of the coaches now, I mean, well, especially my coach, Heupel, is very, very adamant about ref ball. But if it's just one coach doing it, all it's going to be seen as is, oh, that's as good as you. That's as good as you. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll turn into. No way they didn't let Utah State kick the field goal. There was 1 second left. Yeah, Cal, a bummer. Good win for Boise State, though. Came back on him and won the game. Here goes Reed from 2nd and 5, looking for a receiver, all time to throw. Dumps it off at the floor, and it's incomplete. It's a dump off at the line of scrimmage. How do you throw it at the floor, Reed? What are you doing? Imagine telling the world before the NAL that Vandy and Indiana would be the biggest turnarounds. They must be drawing the ire of every admin. That's not in their spot. Well, Indiana is absolutely a turnaround. Their program looks stronger than it ever has before. Vandy is no doubt having one of the best seasons, if not the best year they've ever had in program history. But we don't know yet if it's a program thing or if it's like a team thing, like Diego Pavia. If they fall off if the wheels come off next year, then we'll know it was just Diego Pavia and that Vandy was always going to be Vandy. So I guess we'll find out in due time. Here from 3rd and 5, here goes Marcel Reed back to pass once again, throws it late. Had a man incomplete once again. Bad throw by Marcel Reed. Texas will get this ball back once again. It's just back-to-back 3-and-outs. This one might take ages and a half. Elertron with the Mia shout out there. Touchdown Hoosiers. Yeah, well, we're going to be hearing that a whole lot. Purdue's defense they're not built for the long game. They might be able to keep Indiana away for about 10 minutes, but I promise you, once we get to that second half, Indiana's going to run away with this thing. Well, I don't promise you that, but it's very likely. Very, very likely. Marcel Reed throwing is always suspect. Yeah, but it looks even worse than it ever has before. Looking like this first half of South Carolina is what it's looking like. He's lucky he's not thrown any interceptions yet. I didn't know this would be a baseball game. Yeah, so far we're in the second inning. No scores. Oh, by the way, we had a $5 super chat earlier. Let me go ahead and put that on here. Of course, as always, you guys know the drill here. If we manage to get to $199.8 today in super chats, I will put on the mustard costume and wear it for the rest of the stream. Same goes for tomorrow and all the streams that I do afterwards. I'll if we manage to get to that $200, if we manage to get to those $200, I will put on that dadgum mustard costume and wear it throughout the rest of the day. And of course, I'll hit the squiddy if we reach 50. You know the drill by now. You've been around here for long enough. This year's Vandy is almost entirely made up of seniors and upperclassmen. Going to be Jared Curtis and some plumbers next season. And whatever else they can pull out of Nashville, maybe they'll get some of those construction workers that they had from last year's stadium. Here goes Reed on the end around, throws a pass over the middle, slant route complete. Got it to the tight end, good enough for the first down. So yeah, it's not a 3-and-out this time. Jeez, and it feels like we've already gotten past an entire quarter, but we've only gotten past about 7 minutes of actual ball game time. 3 receivers out for the Longhorns. This is going to be a handoff straight up the gut. A&M does a great job shutting it down. Loss of about 4 on the play. This Lone Star Showdown is what we all thought Iowa versus Nebraska was going to be. Pass play. Looking for a man down the field. Marcel Reed is going to hit a deep bomb here. Can he connect it? No, he can't. It was thrown in double coverage. It'll be 4th down for the Longhorns. Well, that was fun while it lasted. We had one successful first down, and then, of course, everything right afterwards immediately went to shite. Well, this was expected, young man Connor. This is what happens when you get 2 quarterbacks who can't throw, can only run the football against pretty good defenses. You get this. You get a dadgum baseball game. We'll see what we'll see what Texas can do here, or A&M can bring out in the 3rd inning. Awkward punt here. Great punt at that. Taken out at the 5. Trying to return this. Gets past the 10. Shut down about the 13-yard line. Well, we saw some scoring last year, which made that a little bit more interesting, but so far, it's literally just been nothing happening so far. Do 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 do. This is a good DP. All right, anyway. The refs for all sports have been shite. Oh, absolutely. No question about it. They've the ref ball this year, it just continuously seems to be getting worse, doesn't it? There seems to be more and more just awful ref ball that now a lot of the general public has just sort of accepted it for how it is. Obviously, the fans of like teams that are getting screwed are going to say something about it, but then like everybody else around them is like, oh, that's just a skill issue. Need to be better. Need to be better next time. At the end of the day, you know, I mean, as bad as the ref ball is, because it is, it's always bad. But I always tell people this and stick by it. Ref ball is not the reason you win or lose a game. It's what happens when you don't take advantage of the actual plays that you do have, and then you put it in ref ball's hands. That's exactly how that goes. When you put the game in ref ball's hands and they screw you over, it's not the refs that made you lose. I hope LSU does land Lane Kiffin. Then again, if they can't, I hope they have devised a plan B. I'll say this: I think you're in a better position than most, only because LSU is such a strong program overall. There's going to be a lot of coaches looking for that job. But again, the state governor did you no favors. I will say that, because one thing that does not go in the favor of LSU is that the coaches know that the well of expectations is going to be higher than it is at any other school. That's the truth. The well of expectations at LSU is higher than pretty much every other school in the country. If you're averaging 8 to 9 wins a year, they'll fire you after the third year. That's the thing. If you don't bring them championships in minimal time, or at least get them to the playoffs or anything of the sort, then you're cooked. Basically how that goes. I think the coaches know that, so it has put them in a tough spot, but it does bring in potential coaches that can turn that around. But I think if I'm LSU, I need to think long and hard about who I'm going to get, and not just pick up what seems to be the best looking guy. Because the last time they tried that, they got BK, and look what Burger King's done to him. Florida could have easily have gotten Kiffin easily had they fired Napier last year. That I don't know for certain, but I do know that they absolutely could have had a better shot of getting Kiffin had they not done that. But maybe, I don't know. Again, it's all this Lane Kiffin crap. I'm just waiting for the news to come out that he's gone, because we all know what's going to happen. This is the same thing that happened with Auburn not last year, but a couple of years before, when Auburn fired Brian Harsin. We heard the exact same thing. Oh, Kiffin leaving for Auburn. It's over for Ole Miss. And then he never left, and now we're hearing the same thing for Florida and LSU, and it's like, just leave already. You know what I mean? From 2nd and 6, Reed throws, actually connected with a man for a first down, past the 30, still running, gets her out of bounds around the 34-yard line. Can you drop a full version of the Billy Napier My Way cover? Potentially. We'll see. I do have to make the Billy Napier experience video. I do have to make it. BK is an overrated coach, and that's why we fired him. Also, the politics is normal in Louisiana. Does not mean it's normal around the rest of the country. And if you're not a homegrown LSU individual that's coaching right now, you're probably looking from the outside going, what the hell is happening here? Overthrown pass on first down by Reed. Second down coming up. Afraid about the upcoming issue of either North Texas or JMU getting snubbed over Tank Conference champion, or that's absolutely going to happen. I think at this point the ACC champion is getting in over an American championship contender, so it's looking like James Madison is going to get the snub here. I think, because I think whoever wins the American is in, or potentially South Florida, one of those three teams. I'm not sure what to think about North Texas and their situation, though. Here goes Marcel Reed on a good run right here. Gets past the 50, so A&M's finally in Texas field now. I will say, North Texas is absolutely in a tough position now that Eric Morris is heading over to Oklahoma State. I had a feeling the announcement was coming that he was going to go to one of these upper echelon schools. I just didn't think he was going to be, midway through the North Texas run. So that could mean something when it comes down to the final rankings. First and 10 here, Marcel Reed. Plenty of time. He's going to run away again. Got some good yardage out of this one. Gets about 7 out of it. And it's going to be second down and 4, 3. Yeah, that's why I said or South Florida. When I was talking about it was either going to be whoever wins the AAC or South Florida, because I knew this. I knew it's going to be South Florida and Navy for the championship game. I don't watch a coach that isn't. Hold up. I don't watch a coach that isn't all in on coaching my team. It's okay if with missing out on Lane if he is this indecisive. Yeah, see, I said this last week. As an Ole Miss fan, I would just want him to go. I'm ready. As an Ole Miss fan, I'm just ready for him to leave. I know this is their best year in probably program history with Lane, but it's another year of him, flirting with other schools, and it's gonna be like this constantly. Okay, I'm not gonna say what that one guy said because I don't want Lane Kiffin to threaten me. I don't want Lane Kiffin, but in a way, it's like staying with a girlfriend that is not being loyal to you and flirting with other men. Like, what are you doing? Why are you wasting your time with somebody like that? You know what I mean? Then again, after the King's ransom we offered Kiffin, if we don't land him, I'm saying this as a fan, it's probably for the best. Potentially. Yeah, I think LSU should find somebody else if I were LSU, but that I don't know if they'll stick with it. Here's 2nd and 4, A&M. You go Reed, handing this ball up the middle. No, it's a play action. Wide open, man. Throws high, catches it. First down and then some, past the 25-yard line. You might as well be in a different league, not conference, different leagues.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
Play that again louder for y'all.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
We finally have a flag in the game, potentially bad for A&M. No, it's worse for Texas. It's a personal foul, unnecessary roughness on the Longhorns. That's going to give A&M an additional 15 yards. They're going to be pretty close to scoring position now. What are they now, inside the 15? Oh, yeah. McDonald slammed down Mario Craver well after the play was over. I think James Franklin of Virginia Tech will end up being the best hire. Potentially, yeah. I think any of those teams, Oklahoma State included, who got James Franklin, I think that would have been the best hire because he is a guy that I think can bring in a lot of players. He can develop them to an upper echelon of talent. And while he wouldn't be able to win these games against top 5 teams, how often do you face top 5 teams if you're Virginia Tech? Not often because you're in the daggum ACC. It's a once-in-a-blue moon scenario. Here goes 1st and 10 for the Longhorns here. Inside the 15 at the 13-yard line. And we get a man jumping due to the crowd. It's going to be a false start on the Aggies. They're going to have to go back to the 18. Will you be dropping a Bill O'Brien experience? Not yet. Not now. He's not fired. That's the thing. Bill O'Brien ain't fired yet. When's he getting fired? He's daggum, 1 in 10 now? Until he gets fired, I can't do anything. Pass play by Reed, throws a screen, incomplete. That was one of the worst attempts at a throw I've ever seen in my life. It's going to be 2nd and 15. The one time I root for Texas, they do this. Yep, that's how it goes. I mean, this is overrated versus overrated-er. That's what it's come down to. It's crazy that all these schools first fire their guys, and then at the coaching market they find pitiful they can upgrade it all. Yeah, I know. Here you go, Reed rolling out of the pocket. Oh, he trips past the line of scrimmage, and he is down. That is not good. Oh boy, that is bad. If I'm an A&M fan, I'm holding my breath right now. If I am an A&M fan, I am shitting myself right now. That could potentially be season ending. Marcel Reed with a no contact injury, tripped as he was running. If that's what I think it is, that is worst case scenario for A&M. Oh yeah. Oh, his leg moved awkwardly. They're going to get a second look at this, but that is a very awkward move. Oh, boy. Dude, that actually sucks if that's what I think it is. Praying it's not. Because that's worst case scenario right there. That is one awkward leg movement. Best case scenario, that's just a sprained ankle. Let him sit out for a while. He'll be back and ready to go at some point later in the game. That's best case scenario. From the looks of how that looked, the best thing you can hope for in that scenario is that it's a sprained ankle. That's the best thing we're all hoping for. But that, I'm not gonna lie, that looked to me like a torn ACL. Which, of course, if you know anything, that means he's done. That means he's done for the season. He is getting back up, so that is a great sign. That is a great sign. So now they're bringing in Miles O'Neal. He's had a couple of drives throughout his time here at A&M, but he's being thrown to the wolves here on a 3rd and 14 in the Texas goal line. So good luck. Good luck here. 4 wide receivers out. Here goes O'Neal. Hands his ball off. Runs it on the outside. Loss. So that they were just waving the white flag there. I can't necessarily blame them. Take the points and just be happy with it is what I would do. But yeah, I'm not going to lie. The way that looked, that's why no contact injuries are the scariest possible injuries that you can get. Because in most cases, it's extremely serious. And potentially season ending. But the fact that he was able to get up, that does make the situation look a whole lot better. Here's Jared Circle with a 35-yard field goal to put A&M up by 3. And it is blocked. Yep, we got still no points. Holy crap. Yeah, because of course. Because of course. The show must go on. Who could score first, we ask? Who the hell knows? Maybe this game ends at 0-0 in regulation. It's the Frank Beamer meme all over again. Yeah, this was blocked. Yeah, they got a hand on it. Wow, I mean, good special teams right there by Texas. Got to maintain the shutout on both sides. Defensive games are so boring. Yeah, it's not exactly the most exciting thing I've ever seen. If you have like 2 defenses making great defensive plays overall, then it does turn into an exciting game. Like Nebraska-Ohio State last year, that was a fun game because rather than the offenses just being completely terrible, you had two defenses playing really good football. The Magic Kingdom is laughing in the background. It's still 0-0, so we'll see. Well, we know Bill O'Brien is getting fired, but when it happens, will we be getting a Bob Burgers experience? Oh, yes. For every coach that's gotten fired this year, there's going to be an experience video for them. I get to make one on even Trent Dilfer at UAB. So everybody's going to get an experience video. Now, I can't promise to you it's going to be like, like a time lapse, from when they were hired to what they turned into today. Rather than do that, I mean, I try and do it in a different way for every single coach. So you'll see what I've got planned for James Franklin when I get to his video. Here goes Texas on 1st and 10 from the 20. Outside throw, and it's thrown out of bounds and incomplete. Reed's running routes. He may come back. Yeah, no, to me, now that I saw him get up, I'm assuming that was just a sprained ankle. And you give him you give him some time to sit out and then let him back in. That's what I would do. Manning is back to playing like shit. Was he ever playing good in this game? I don't remember so. All right, here we go. Second and 10. Man, moving in motion. Got 4 receivers out. Manning, the line is getting to him. He's trying to run out of the pocket. He's going to throw late. Seems complete. I don't think he got a hand on it. Yep, no. Hit the ground first. It's going to be 3rd and 10. Threw it to Livingstone. Hit the ground before he could catch it. It's going to be, again, 3rd down and 10. So that's 2 nasty throws. Oh, yeah, that's incomplete. 2 nasty throws for Arch Manning in a row. Three out of 10 so far for Arch Manning for 19 yards. He's on average complete one throw per drive. Here he goes again, back to pass. Looking for a receiver. He's going to run this one out. Got some space in front of him. Got the first down. Slides down at the 35-yard line. Yeah, this is going exactly as I predicted it would. Anything that Texas is doing is based on the run game. That's it. All of their plays are literally just based on how they're running the football. That's it. How's Purdue? Are they losing by 21 yet? Nope, 7-3. So the Soilermakers are at least putting up a fight for now. We'll see how it pans out. Here on 1st and 10, throws the screen up high. Defenders all around him, dodges him. Ryan Wingo somehow got a gain out of that. A gain for 3 yards. So there's I guess you count that as Arch Manning's 4th complete pass. Whoop-de-frickin-do! The Manning family has more Super Bowl rings than Arch has completions. Crazy. Here goes again. Read option. Good for about 4 yards. And it's going to be third and about 5. The Purdue boring makers. Well, they haven't started soiling themselves yet. So, yeah, that's probably right around where they are. They just put up the field goal, so they're getting ready to kick this thing back off to Indiana. They're doing a great job on defense so far. I'll say that much. The kick goes out of bounds, though, so that'll be a flag. All right, here goes 3rd and 5. A&M almost jumped off sides. But the first quarter will come to a close as time expires, and it's going to stay 0-0 at the end of the first quarter. Might stay 0-0 at the end of regulation. How this pans out, we'll see. What a pile of diarrhea so far. That's for certain. One of the most boring games I've ever gotten to witness. But plenty of time for this game to heat up. We got 3 more quarters of this. Who knows? Maybe the second half rolls around and both teams remember they have an offense again. I guess we're due to find out in due time. One thing that needs to happen immediately is Squidtard got to go take a pee-pee. So I will be right back momentarily. Hold on a second. I think there's something under here. Yes, there is. What are you doing here? I heard something under my bed. I didn't even realize Dummy was down here. Ugh. What do you do? Hello? Come here. Come back. Come back. Hello? What are you doing? You're so cute. Get out of here. Scooter. Scooter. Come on, buddy. Go on. There you go. Bye-bye. Sorry about that. Scooter was under the bed. I heard something under there, and it was him. See what I mean? Say hello to Scooter. Now, of course, we all know he's camera shy, so there you go. Big bowl of diarrhea and piss. Yeah, that's about what this game is. That's your spot now? Yes, that is. All right. I'll go pee on the next break. Indiana needs to stop playing with their food. Well, they've done this before. It isn't much of a surprise. They've done it for the past few... It's... For Indiana, I'm sure Kirk Cignetti thinks differently, but for the team, they're 11-0. They're the number 2 team in the nation. You know, they've got the playoffs to look forward to, and then the Big Ten championship if everything goes right for them. You know, it's hard for the Hoosier team, I'm sure, to get hyped up to play a 2-win Purdue team this late in the season, especially on the road. I'm sure it's just something that they really don't care all that much about. I want it. There are some scenarios, like if Bama were playing Auburn, but they had the playoffs locked up, like it would make a lot more sense for them, if you know what I mean. But look at Scooter. Look at that little buddy. You gonna go night-night? You can go sleep? Okay, he's not. Here goes Arch Manning back to throw. He's gonna run. Got a first down. Arch Manning, of course, doing all the work with his legs as per the usual. Indiana can pull what Oregon pulled last year. Potentially, but I doubt it. Okay. Chill. There you go. Wait. Ohio State would have to lose for that to happen. They would have to lose to Michigan, which isn't impossible. Takes the check down to the tight end. Good for about 7 yards. Arch is scrambling like crazy. That's every game with Arch Manning, except if he's playing Sam Houston. Yeah, Purdue. We all knew Purdue was going to need a whole lot of development in order to get out of the hole that they were in. Because in terms of where they were to start this year, there was not a rougher spot to be in than where the Soilermakers were at. It's going to be a handoff up the gut. Good second effort to get the first down a little bit more past the 40. So now Texas having some success moving the ball. We sort of expected the offenses to get things under wraps here a little bit later on in the game, and seems to be going that way. Sometimes after a long day, I like to boot up 2K, take off my clothes, pour a bottle of wine, and shoot around with LeBron for a few hours. Wow, what a statement. Anyway, deep bomb for Texas. This one's up in the air and incomplete. Good pass protection there by A&M, and it's going to be second down and 10. Scooter has more entertainment value than this ball game. Yeah, he does not like to be a clown show. He wants out of this room, so I'll let him out in just a minute. Here goes Wisner, outside run. Good spread, got it, got a lane, gets down to the 25-yard line. Texas in field goal range, potentially going to put up some points here. We'll see how it goes. Why'd you read that? Because I read a lot of comments. I don't know, that's a good question. Yeah. That's a good question. But look, as long as the individual in person is happy. Arch Manning dumps this ball off incomplete. One of the worst throws I've ever seen to the tight end. He was open on the outside. He threw like a little dump off screen, and it was thrown at the ground. Scooter, psst, 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 psst. Come here, buddy. Come here. Here. Here's a run up the middle on 2nd and 10. No big gain there, but trying real hard. Ally Football 3, appreciate the follow on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Come here, Scooter. Oh, this guy has attention. What's that? What is that? He doesn't know what that is. Okay, cool. Well, you just chill out there for a while. All right, 3rd down and 6. Looks to be the 5 wide set. Nope, got the running back in the backfield as well. Tight end moving in motion. Here goes the pass by Manning, looking for a receiver down the field. Pocket crumbles, and the pass is batted down at the line by the defensive line. It'll be 4th down and 6. So I guess we're going to get some points here if they don't block this field goal. Scooter State caused some trouble for Squid earlier. No, the earbuds getting chewed. That was Smokey. That was the other one. He's not allowed in here. Scooter does not chew like that. That's why I let him in here. He's an idiot, and he likes to jump on things, but he doesn't do that. Anyway, here's the 41-yard attempt to get some points up on the board. It is up, and we finally have points. It took dadgum, 18 minutes in game time, but we have finally got points. Texas makes the 41-yard field goal. It is 3-0 now. Yay! Whoop-de-friggin'-doo.
God save the Queen!
Yeah, no, I have the 2 cats. Scooter, who, he likes to chill in here, but he's weird. He doesn't want to be on camera. It's like he knows when he's on camera and when he's not. And then Smokey is the other one, and he's way heavier than Scooter, and he likes to eat, he likes to sleep, and then he's very mouthy. So he'll chew on a lot of things, especially earbuds and stuff like that, especially cords. Loves to chew on those things. So that's why he's not allowed in here, because he doesn't know that he's not allowed to do that. Scooter. Psst, psst. Oh, for goodness sakes. All right, I think he wants out. Let me let him out real fast. I got to run to the bathroom anyway. I'll be back momentarily. All right. Unlike South Carolina, we are back. Well, Scooter isn't, but I am. Scooter has a cat addiction. Well, I like cats. What can I say? We got these kitties in pairs, and they're the sweetest things ever. I had I mean, you guys have probably seen him before. Well, most of you probably haven't. He passed before I started, right before I started Chaos, but I had a little, well, he was not little, he was big. He was big and fat. A Maine Coon by the name of Pumpkin, and he passed. And then, afterwards we went searching for cats, and one of them, well, we found two of them that they're brothers. Scooter and Smokey are brothers. And so we got both of them, and they're the sweetest things ever. Anyway, we got some super chats here. Scott Crawford, appreciate the $5 super chat, said, well, I watched a lopsided basketball game, and tonight we won 65-28 in high school. That is a low-scoring basketball game. You sure it wasn't a football game? Thank you for the 5, though. Kevin Von Magnum with the 10. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, says, it is still an absolute insult to reality itself that Vanderbilt has a shot at the CFP. Tomorrow in UT has to play spoiler when it should be the other way around. Well, Vandy's only got the 2 losses, and they're kind of suffering from the same thing A&M is in terms of schedule. Who's their best win? Missouri? Is it Missouri? Is it LSU? That's kind of what they're struggling from. They've had a great year, and that's why they're ranked as high as they are. They've got, I mean, they're 10-1. So that's they're 9-2. That's a daggum great season for Vandy. But they've got they've still got to, they got to beat Tennessee, and if they beat Tennessee in Knoxville, that's probably their best win of the season. So we'll see how it goes. But if Tennessee sets them down, that will be very funny. Best season in program history, and still can't beat Tennessee. Now that would be hilarious. All right, Scott Crawford, appreciate the 2, buddy. Says your cats would be at both of these teams. Or you're saying they'd be great at both of these teams? Because you're probably right about that. My goodness, both of these offenses are atrocious. Here goes the run play. Gets past the 40 on a first down to be 2nd and 8. Arch Manning is 5 of 15 on passes for 28 yards. Yeah, absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. But Marcel Reed isn't that much better. He's 5 of 10 for 59 yards. Still way better, but not by a significant amount. Neither team has 100 yards. Actually, I think A&M just passed 100 yards with that run. Great. Phenomenal. Here's another run play. Good little push right there on the first effort. Good enough for maybe 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd and short. You should make a vote if Lane Kiffin should go to LSU or stay at Ole Miss. Well, the answer there would be, for most people, that he should stay at Ole Miss. Even though most people think he's going to go to LSU, most people want him to stay at Ole Miss. Or at least that would be the thing that makes the most sense. All right, A&M 0 for 3 on 3rd downs. They're stuck in a 3rd and short right here. At the 45, got to get to the 47. 10 minutes left to go in the first half. Line up in a bunch formation. 3 receivers to the left. It's going to be a run on the outside. Tries to get a good push. Gets one. Good run play. Trips down after about a 10-yard gain. Gets to the 45. It'll be first down. I'm an LSU fan this season. Has been one for the books, I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. For the books, you mean to be erased from the books. Here's Reed on a big pass play. Receiver tripped up, and they're going to throw the flag this time. Casey Conception tripped up as he was trying to go up for it, and it is going to be a flag. Likely a PI on Muhammad right there. We'll see. Yep, pass interference on Texas. Gives A&M a free 15 yards. Boy, they're really choosing who to screw tonight. I'll tell you what. Oh, my goodness. They are not. They are. It seems to be like they're playing favorites. I don't know. They're obviously not, but man, that's Texas's 3rd penalty. And they have not been getting lucky with the PI calls on their side. Delayed option play by Reed. Got some space in front. Got some good blocking. Gets past the 20. And now A&M is in the red zone. I'm not welcome in this chat because most people here in my house are Vols, and I'm rooting for Vandy because of my smarts being put towards procrastination. But why is that a reason to root for Vandy? Why would you root for Vandy because of procrastination? That doesn't. 1 + 1 = banana. I'm not following. Less than 9 minutes left to go in this first half. 1st and 10 from the 17-yard line. Marcel Reed hands this ball off. No good blocking up front by the line. It's going to be a no gain at all. Be 2nd and 10. Who won, Ole Miss or Mississippi State? Ole Miss won big. Rebs came prepared somehow, even with all the distractions. Vandy, this is one of their best years in a long time. I mean, best year all time for sure. But we don't know if it's because of Pavia or if it's because of Clark Lee. Well, I guess we're due to find out in next year. 2nd and 9. It's going to be Reed on the handoff outside. Again, this one has a little bit of a gain, but not much more than 3 yards. It's going to be 3rd down and 6. Yeah, people will find any reason to pull for Vandy. They just want to see the Cinderella story become true. From any fan on the outside looking in, it makes a little bit more sense. But you also got to picture the fact that it's Diego Pavia. Somehow he's killed off the Cinderella story of being an absolute jackass, and people are sick of it. So I think that's also funny. Here's 3rd down and 7. They've got to get to the 8-yard line to convert this one. And that's definitely not going to do them any favors. False start on A&M is going to put them back 5 more yards. It'd be 3rd down and 12. I don't know, man. Tennessee had Nico up against Diego Pavia on the road last year, and Tennessee manhandled them. Now, a lot of that was due to Dylan Sampson in the defense, but let's not sit here and act like Vandy's going in as the favorite. Tennessee is still a favorite against the Commodores. I don't want everybody to forget that. 3rd down and 12. Backed up to the 19. Got to get all the way to the 8. No, all the way to the 7, actually. On the pass play, Marcel Reed throws. Dump off complete. Not near enough for the 1st down. They're going to be short about 7 yards. It'll be 4th down. And they're going to have to stick with the field goal. Again, they're going to have to tie this ball game up. Hopefully this one doesn't get blocked. After the catch there, looks like Mario Craver is holding on to his leg big time. So another scary injury here for A&M potentially. I don't know how bad this one looks, but it does not look too good. He's clutching onto his leg right there. So injury timeout coming up. We'll head to commercial. I'm not a Vandy fan. I just like crappy teams being good. Well, then go root for Indiana. Indiana has been a terrible program for the last 100 years. This is their second time in 100 years. They figured out how to be good thanks to Kirk Cignetti. Go root for them. There's plenty of crappy teams that are doing good now that you can root for. Nebraska's another one. Hell, they aren't even that good. They're 7-5, but 7-5 is leagues ahead of where they were beforehand. Texas Tech. Been a program that's been in the dumpster and you could not get out of their own way for the longest time. Now they're 10-1, ranked at the top 5. That's a good one too. Houston, 8-3. They play tomorrow at noon against Baylor. Ultimate Turd Bowl, by the way, on the CW at 3. Boston College and Syracuse. That game might end with negative points. I'm the glad. You did the Vandy rebuild in class to answer the question about rooting for Vandy over procrastination. Yeah, but I've done plenty of rebuilds. Whatever. People have reasons to root for everybody. I mean, I'm rooting for A&M tonight just because I don't want the Mouse to get in to the SEC championship. Blocked field goal incoming for the 2nd time. A blocked field goal that's returned for a touchdown. To me, I feel like that's the only way anybody's going to actually score a touchdown is by a pick 6, a scoop and score, or a blocked punt for a special teams touchdown. Maybe we get another punt return. I don't know. Maybe something like that. 16-9 win for Georgia. Bit of old school football today. Yeah, that looked about as a classic, clean, old-fashioned hate game as you could get. Which is weird because that's not been Georgia Tech's style throughout the entirety of the season, like at all. It makes sense for the Dogs to be bailed out by the defense, but for Georgia Tech to follow that same suit, I mean, we saw what they looked like a couple of last weeks before. That doesn't make any sense. How did they suddenly lock in this week? All I'm asking for is for Aguilar and Brazel to lock in. I feel like they could do it on that defense. I think if Tennessee goes in and exits that game with over 100 rushing yards, I think we win. If Tennessee has at least 100 rushing yards on Vandy, I think we win that ball game. But again, we'll find out in due time. That's all I do know. Do, 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 do. 40 points from Iowa. Where on earth did that come from? Nebraska's just continuous self-mutilation. They gave Iowa so many chances that they were bound to score 40. Would have been lucky not to score 50 in there. Squid, what's going on? I thought this game was tomorrow, but shockingly, your YouTube recommended your channel right now about my game. Yeah, we had some good games today on the Friday slate. Yeah, that's rivalry weekend for you. Here's a 4th and 6, 31-yard field goal. The second one, it is up. It is good this time. So now A&M is on the board. We're tied up at 3 apiece with 6:41 left to go in the first half. Spent my day cutting and wrapping Christmas trees. Yeah, that should be a weekday job, but when you're working all week, yeah, there's not really much of a better time to do it. So, what a day, huh? What a day. Back in the day, I used to, before I started doing all these live streams, what I would do is I would just sit here and play games the entire time. I would be sitting on here playing video games, watching these games go down. Hell, I still do it now. Whenever I'm not streaming, sometimes I'll be in other people's servers playing games. Remember one time, I think it was the first week of the season, I was playing a game called Peak, if you guys know what that is. Literally just climbing up a mountain. But I was playing that with a couple of other people, and what I do know for a fact, it was actually on the Monday of week 1 of this season. North Carolina and TCU were throwing hands, and we were playing. I'm pretty sure it was Peak, and yeah, no, I didn't even realize. But every time I look over at the screen, there would be another touchdown for TCU. I would look over and the score would be like 7-0, and then I look over again, 14-0. Take a break, look back again, and that's 21-0. It's crazy. Bobbled catch on that return right there. Nearly gave the ball back up to A&M. They're lucky to come away with that. Scott Crawford with a 5. Thank you, buddy. Says, I'm sick of people saying Ohio State is a cupcake schedule. They play who they have to play just like anybody else. Well, they're not wrong, first of all. You do have a cupcake schedule, but that's not your fault. It's not your fault. You didn't go in and pick and choose all the worst teams from the Big Ten. You had no clue that. Hell, you can't pick your schedule. That's not up to you. Plus, you played Texas, who was number 1 in the nation at the time. So again, that's not your fault. Oh, this one was almost intercepted. Oh my goodness, Ryan Wingo nearly gave that ball up. It was a screen. He bobbled it in the air, and it was almost picked off. Came away with a lucky one on that. I remember you posting a video on the Discord server of Helaburger glitching out on Peak. Oh, yeah, that was absolutely hilarious. I don't know what that was about. Yeah, so, I mean, Alutron knows this as well as, Cowendy. He's an Oregon fan that sticks around here. Both of those guys, we actually have a few people that intermingle with, I guess me and Mia's crew. Sometimes I join Mia's server, the VTuber that I collabed with that one time. I hop in on her server and we play games. And Alutron is one of the guys that goes in there as well. But Cowendy, he's deployed right now, so he'll be back probably next month. But yeah, big Oregon Ducks fan. He's around this channel, or was around this channel all the time. Here goes Finally, my goodness, Arch Manning actually threw a decent throw, gets them past the 50, but we do have a flag coming in. This might be a hold. And it is. So the one great Arch Manning throw is coming back for a hold, and that's going to take Texas back 10 more yards. The lone score shit show. Oh, yeah. Nope, you're right about that. This feels a lot like the first game of the season with Iowa State and Kansas State in Ireland. Nobody could score until the second half. Me as an Oregon fan? No. I was talking about Cowendy. Cowendy is an Oregon fan that would often appear in Mia's server, especially when I was in there. And that's why I was talking about him, because Alotron was referencing something that happened in that server. Pass play. Manning on 3rd and 16, rolls out the pocket, throws late. It is down and incomplete. So 4th and 16, rolling out for the Longhorns here. 5:29 left to go before the half comes to a close. Jeez. I mean, one thing I definitely do notice from both of these teams is that their offensive lines had no idea. They have no clue how to stop this rushing attack. I mean the defensive rushing attack, not. They know how to stop the offense's rushing attack, but whenever the defensive line sends more people, they can't do anything about it. Arch Manning is just completely disemboweled in every play, and the same went for Marcel Reed. So here goes 4th and 16. This is a punt. Bang. This one rolls down, gets caught around the 28-yard line, trying to return this one. Breaks off one man, gets past the 30, still running, past the 40, still going, goes past the 50. Goes down around the 40 and trips, finally taken down. Texas guy was holding his jersey for dear life, and it goes down in positive territory. Great return for the Aggies. Telling you guys, a special teams was how it was going to happen. If anybody was going to score, it was going to be because of the dadgum special teams. I'm an FSU fan, nothing but depression for the past decade. Feel that one. You guys had a great year, though, in 2023. I mean, despite the fact that it ended in the most horrific fashion you can possibly imagine, you still had a great year. What a return by KC Conception. Broke off the first 2 tackles and then took it for about, well, I would say, 50 yards? Gets A&M inside the 40 to start this next drive. FSU started so good this season, and then, wow. Yeah, sometimes I like to go back and then see all the misjudgments we all made after week 1. We all thought the Bama dynasty was dead and Alabama would be in the position Florida State finds themselves in now. But it's also made the ACC fans pretend that now they're better than the SEC because they had one fluke win early in week 1. 1st and 10, pass play here. Marcel Reed looking for a man over the middle. Plenty of time to throw. Gets it off to an open man, complete. Tries to break a tackle, gets past the 40. The play is blown dead as he took a knee around the line of scrimmage. Here's a handoff on the outside on 2nd and 9. Trips after maybe 2 or 3 yards, and we'll be looking at 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 6. The Bama dynasty may be dead. Depends on the Iron Bowl. Well, the dynasty's been dead. The dynasty was dead for a while. They aren't necessarily going anywhere. They're not the best team in the conference even. So yeah, no, it's been dead for a while. But they're trying real hard. Give them credit for that. Reed back in this game even, or they still got O'Neal out there? Looks like, yeah, that's Marcel Reed. Yeah, that's definitely Marcel Reed. Tries to take off on a 3rd down. It's a design QB run. Gonna get more than 4 yards, and it's gonna be 4th down again. A&M's gonna have to settle with the field goal. Yeah, if they wanted to score a touchdown there, Conception would have had to take the ball the rest of the way. Well, they're putting their balls on the line here. 4th and 5, and they are going for it. I mean, might as well. Texas can't do anything with the football and offense either, so what's the harm in it? You know what I mean? This is from the 36-yard line. Got to get all the way to the 32. On 4th down, pass play. Marcel Reed over the middle, slant route complete. Enough for the first down, and now continue the drive at the 31-yard line. It's Big 12 after dark now. Yeah, this game does not feel like a Big 12 game. I'll say that for certain. This is the furthest thing away from anything I've seen with the Big 12. So always curious about something. What music do you listen to? A lot of it is mostly indie pop, heavy metal. Two very distinct genres, I know, but that's what my main genres are. Sometimes I'll go back and listen to some 80s music and video game music too, like some of the stuff I use for the Chaos Reel. Getting down to about 2 minutes left here. 1st and 10. Gonna be a handoff up the gut. No gain there. Push down at the line of scrimmage. And looks like A&M's gonna let this clock run down to the 2-minute warning. Yeah, it's certainly a gamble, but it paid off. But again, in a low-scoring game like this, there's, as risky as it is, it's a low risk, it seems, because Texas hasn't been able to figure out anything with their offense either. So until they do, I don't see any harm in trying to go for it there on 4th down. Touchdown Hoosiers again. Yeah, there's their 3rd one of the day. 20-3 is your score now. Probably going to go up 21-3 pending the extra point. Yeah, I mean, this is what I've been saying with Indiana and Purdue. They just needed some time to warm up, and then they were just going to run away with this thing. The talent fee prevails all against this poor Southermaker team. They're lucky to even get 2 wins on the season, I'll say that much. And they're gonna move down. Well, pending this score holds, they're gonna move down to 0-9. They're gonna move down to 0-9 in the conference, which is absolutely crazy to think about, but it's the truth. We all had some major exaggerations when Purdue beat the crap out of Ball State. We were like, oh, Purdue's got an offense again. Nope. I mean, they got an offense, but it only shows up when they play teams like Ball State. I got an Uno reverse card emote for whenever you stream Uno for Tardaria Tuesdays. Ooh, I might. Yeah, that might. The thing is about Uno is I don't have 3 other players to play with for that. That's the problem. That's the only problem with the Uno. Because I would if I had if I had 3 other people open for Uno, I absolutely would play it on stream. Any points are needed because those points could determine the game. Yeah, this game we might be looking at a 6-3 final score here. Or a game that's just decided with just players just constantly kicking field goals at the high school. Was the Spoilermakers just a response to Jeff Brom doing a great job? I don't know, but that might be what it's looking like. Because ever since, I mean, Jeff Brom did put them in a bad position because Purdue had to scramble to find their next guy, and of course that turned out to be Ryan Walters, who was absolutely not prepared for the position he was in. So, you know, Barry Odom always had an uphill climb to find, you know, to get this Spoilermaker team to where they want to be, but they've got a ways to go before they even think about getting up there. You got Uno on Steam. A lot of people do. It's only like $3. Gonna watch any of the FCS playoff games tomorrow? If I've got the time, sure, but most of it's gonna be focused on the actual games that are being played. With this loss, Purdue is out of a bowl. Yeah, this is the loss to determine their spot in bowl eligibility. All the difference between 3-9 and 2-10. I'll tell you. Here on 2nd and 10 with 2 minutes left to go. Marcel Reed dumps this one off again. Good for 5 yards, maybe 6 and a little bit more. Spins out a man to get very close to the first down marker. It's going to be about maybe like third and inches. Purdue is definitely not going to be like the Hoosiers. No. At least not yet. Unless if Kirk Cignetti suddenly jumped from that job to Purdue. What would Kirk Cignetti do at Purdue? You think he'd take them from 2 wins to 11? I don't know. Maybe. Perchance. His 3rd down and 1. But basically an inch. They're going to do the man ball. No, it's going to be a Marcel Reed throw over the middle. Slant route risky. Thrown at double coverage. But a great catch by Conception. Keeps the drive going. It's going to be 1st and goal. A&M inside the 10. What up, son of Quan? Good to see you, buddy. I'm not judging your music taste because my playlist goes from artists like Feminal to Stomach Book to genres. I don't know those artists, I'll say that much. Domeckian folk music and psychedelic pop. Very distinct. And there's the first timeout. We're going to go to break. Texas A&M is like Kansas right now. Kansas always goes in the red zone and kicks field goals or get picked off. Yeah, that's how. Well, that's not much different than what they've always been doing, especially since they're playing against a pretty good defense right now. Whenever they go blow for blow against a defense like this, it always turns out the same way every single time. They just turn into a full-on potato and can't figure out what to do with themselves. All right. That is a dadgum name right there. Big Girl Coochie. What a name. Appreciate the 2 says, you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemans, both better than Uno. Used to, don't have the time anymore. It's a bit of a grind nowadays. But appreciate the 2. Thank you. I'm just glad the Rebs didn't lose to themselves today like they like to do. Yeah, it's Mississippi State, so that wasn't going to happen. They've got too much talent to do that. The talent fee was always going to bail them out. Deep bomb by the Soilermakers here, incomplete. Now it's going to be 2nd and 10. They've got about 2 minutes to do something here to make it look a little less embarrassing than what they've already been dealing with. So Squid, we blowing Diego Poverty out? Certainly hope so. Put him down a peg or 2. Send him back to whatever, the Birmingham Bowl. No, Vandy's not going to the Birmingham Bowl this year. They're going to something a little bit better than that, I think. But it would be funny for them to go back to the Music City Bowl. I will say that. Now that would be entertaining. If there's anybody that hates the Music City Bowl more than Tennessee fans, it's probably Vandy fans. They hate that dadgum bowl game, and who can blame them? I think anybody who attends that bowl game, they hate it. Little run play here on Purdue's done. They waved the white flag. They just ran the ball on 3rd and 10. I don't know what they're doing. I think they just quit. Now they quit a long time ago, but I think that pretty much solidifies it. Running the ball on 3rd and 10. Here on 1st and goal, push up the gut. Maybe 4 yards there. It'll be 2nd and goal. About 6 yards left. You're making Vandy play a bowl just a few blocks from their stadium. Womp womp, do better. Well, I don't know if you guys knew, but up until last year, Vandy has made a total of 10 bowl games. Literally. Vandy has made a total of 10 bowl games in the entire history of their program. This will be their 11th bowl game all time if they don't make the playoffs. Is Diego Pavia's mama? No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I've never seen a group of individuals get this mad over a woman, dancing on the in the stands. I've never seen this many people get that pressed about it. Doesn't put her in a good light, obviously, but you got people saying that they want to see her get like beat up and stuff, and I'm like, dear Lord, man, what's wrong with y'all? Outside run here by Conception, good enough for the first, which is good enough for the touchdown. Fellas, we finally have a score here in the A&M game. KC Conception runs the way to the end zone, and A&M is now up on Texas 10-3. Thank goodness. And while you're at it, put this game out of reach. Keep the mouse as far away from winning that game as you possibly can. Keep the mouse as far away from getting into the SEC championship. KC Conception basically carrying this team on his back right now. Off of the return earlier that got him 3 points. Off of this play right here. Yeah, the ball crossed the line. That's a touchdown. I didn't say you were mad, right, guy. I didn't say that at all in any capacity. It's not you that are saying that. I'm mainly talking about the Twitter people. If you hit a woman, you're a shitbag, pure and simple. What's that in reference to? I don't remember. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, Tennessee fans, this should be obvious, but my own fan base is full of a bunch of dumbasses. Not all of them, of course. There are good ones, just that there are good and bad ones with every fan base. But you've got a bunch of clowns on Twitter who, a bunch of keyboard warriors. Stuff like that about, wanting to see Diego Pavia's mom get beat up. That's stuff that'll get you slapped if you say it in person. And rightfully so, because that's stupid. That's stupid. Maybe if Heupel could close out just once, A&M wouldn't need to win in order to keep Georgia out. Yeah, no, that... I wish our team was better, too. I wish our team was good, too. Unfortunately, they're not. So here I am. You threw mustard bottles. I did not throw any mustard bottles. There were Tennessee fans that threw mustard bottles. There was a Tennessee fan that threw one, but I did not throw one. I dressed up as one last year, and on stream here one time. But no, I did not. There was not a situation where I threw any mustard bottles. We had to survive 1 week of pointless Shador hype by the media. We don't need Arch Manning hype. Well, that's too daggum bad. The Arch Manning hype never even ended. Despite having some of the worst performances ever, it doesn't matter. Don't matter. He's still elite. You're just mad if you disagree. Oh my goodness. Here goes Manning, back to pass on 1st and 10. Dumps this one off. It's a catch. A little bit of yardage there, maybe 7 yards. That's a six pass complete, or I think a 7th. His 7th pass. Gets more than 30 yards total out of that one. Yeah, 36 yards. Arch Manning's at 36 yards, man. That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. Pass play by Manning again. Trying to run this one out. He is going to run. Got the first down. Dives after getting past the 40-yard line. There's throwing mustard bottles, and then there's wishing someone gets domestically abused. Or we have brain. Never did. Never did. You got a lot of potatoes in the football fan base. Manning over the middle, slant route complete. They've only got one timeout to work with there, and that's only about 5 yards, so the clock will continue to roll. And Texas will burn their final timeout with 33 seconds left. But Squid, how dare you not represent your entire fan base and defend yourself from things that the fan base did? Because after all, you represent your entire fan base. How dare you? Yeah. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I mean, I receive the blame every time somebody loses. If somebody has a bad play, it's Squidtard's fault. Don't forget that. Did you guys on YouTube get possessed by the ghost of Tard Area After Dark? Well, Tard Area After Dark never died. Hence why we're live right now. It's 9:15 and it's 9:15 at night. I'd argue that's pretty late. Second down and 6 here. 4 receivers out. Tight end moving in motion here. Again, they're going to have to move quick if they don't get this first down. They're going to have to move quick either way. Pass play, Manning looking. Plenty of time to throw. Now they're getting in some pressure. Now he rolls out. Dumps this one off to Wingo. He's got a man. First down and a little bit more. Gets all the way to the 41-yard line. First down and 10, 24 seconds left. And Manning will spike this ball with 23 seconds. Yeah, no, he's a Manning. So he must be must be better than every other quarterback we could possibly think of. There are people on Heisman ballots picking him to finish with the Heisman Trophy. And it's like, that is absolutely... It's not as insane as you think it is. Only because, again, the Heisman Trophy is, in a way, not entirely, but it is in a way a popularity contest. Now, here he goes again on 2nd and 10. Gonna throw this one. No, he's able to get it off of the final play, but he got hit right there pretty hard. It's gonna be 3rd down. Or maybe 3rd. We'll see. They might call this for grounding. No. They'll stick with 3rd down. Just got here. What happened? You didn't miss much. Trust me. This game's a sleep fest. Everybody going night-night for this one. Game clock's been reset to 19 seconds on 3rd and 10. All right, 4 wide here on 3rd and 10. Here goes Manning back to throw. They bring all kinds of pressure. Ball is thrown down on the sack. My goodness. He got slammed to the ground, but got the ball away at the end there, and it'll be 4th down. This A&M D line is just all over Arch. He does not have any time to do much of anything. Although the flag comes in late, he was able to throw it away. They're going to call it grounding, I think. Dumb Gamers, appreciate the 5, says, Longhorns fan was being an asshole at my workplace at the same time Texas A&M scored. Let's just say the reaction was beautiful. Oh, I bet. Did you let him know about it? I'll let him know. I'll let him know about it. Appreciate the 5. Thank you. All right, well, 4th and 18 is coming up here after the grounding penalty. A&M's going to burn a timeout. There's 12 seconds left, and there ain't much they can do other than try and kick a very long field goal. Or they can punt this one back. We'll see. Also, conspiracy theory time. Manning's father has a lot of pull in college football, so I wouldn't be surprised if Archie ends up winning the first official Nepo Heisman Trophy. Well, it's definitely not going to be this year. He's the furthest thing away from the Heisman this year. Not even close. Thing is with the Heisman, a lot of it is about winning games. If you haven't won enough games, then you're not going to be considered for the Heisman Trophy. You're just not. That's not how it used to be, but it's how it is now. If you win a lot of games, that's how you're going to get the Heisman. They usually just choose the best players from the best team. That's why Stetson Bennett even got close back in 2022. Because we all saw those games. The defense was the guys doing all the work. In fairness, Florida had it pretty bad recently. You sure do hate watching Texas, hoping A&M gets the job done for us. Yeah, I'm hate watching too, but not because I hate Texas. All right, 4th and 18. This is a punt. It's going to sail back out of the end zone. Takes a good Texas bounce rolls just out of the end zone. Literally just out of the end zone. If it stopped just an inch away, it would have been stopped at the 1 yard line. Tough break there for the Longhorns, but A&M with 2 seconds left. It's not going to matter regardless, because A&M could just take a knee and then take this to the half, or they can try and do something really funny on the final play here, but I already know what they're going to do. If Texas A&M gets a pick 6, you're required to play the Longhorn Nation. We're back. I'll play it for you right now. Not that one. We're back. Well, here's 1st and 10, and they take the knee, and that's your half, ladies and gentlemen. 10-3, A&M goes into the half up by a touchdown over the Longhorns on the road. So we're half away from deciding whether or not A&M can go 12-0 and clinch their spot in the conference championship. They're already iced in for the playoffs. This is just for the right to play in the SEC championship. And remember, that's pretty important because Texas A&M has never made the SEC championship. By the way, just thought I'd let you know, Texas A&M has never made the SEC championship. All right, Super Spirit, thank you for the 5. Says Swamp Huskers coaching search has got a bit fishy. Gator fans coping, I get it. Coping and seething. What's new? What's changed, I ask? Nothing. Gator fans are always coping and seething. Appreciate the 5, though. Does North Texas have a chance of Tulane? Does North Texas have a chance versus Tulane if that's for the American Championship? I'm pretty sure it's Navy. I'm pretty sure Navy is facing off against North Texas. Because I think they're both tied for first in the American. Who's the woman that got sent to the damned in the We're Back clip? I ain't got a clue. I don't know. Just some woman. I don't know every woman in the country. Well, this game is going exactly how I thought Iowa versus Nebraska was going to go. Just a slugfest of defenses, and that's all there was to it. But I mean, these two quarterbacks, they run the ball. That's it. That's it. They run the ball. Arch Manning's got more rushing yards than he does passing. Marcel Reed's at least trying a little bit better. In fact, here's your halftime stats. Marcel Reed is 10 of 15 for 94 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. So at least you got that to look forward to. He does have 45 yards rushing, though. Something to take into account. So they're doing at least a decent job rushing the football. 83 yards on the run, 94 on the pass. They got him past 150 yards. And Sports Center is back to talk about Lane Kiffin's future. That's going to be the talk for the entire half, more than likely. Meanwhile, for Texas, Arch Manning, 8 of 21 for 51 yards. Heisman stats right there. Heisman moment right there. Absolutely a Heisman moment. But they've also got 61 yards, and that's what they've got going for him so far. For Travion Wisner's got the most receiving yards, 19. 19 receiving yards. Whoop de frickin' do. Yeah, no offense in any capacity on either side. It's a slate fest, that's for certain. Arizona State is also a slate fest. Let me go ahead and put that game on the television. This Indiana Purdue game looks to be over. 28-3. Ooh, scary. But it's 28-3 going into the end of the half. I'm not sure exactly what they're reviewing here. I think they're trying to see if Purdue is short of the line to gain. Oh, that's what it is. It's not going to make a difference. So let me go ahead and turn it over here to Fox for the Desert Showdown. Jed the fish, yeah. Good old dead fish. Hold the phone. We have actual offensive production in SEC game. What in the world? Yeah, it's few and far between, but at least A&M's trying. Florida and Auburn eyeing John Summerall. Yeah, Florida fans aren't. Florida fans are trying to get away from John Summerall because they just see him as another Billy Napier. I don't know if he's going to be that. I don't know. I think he has better odds of being something more than. But again, they're doing the exact same thing. They're trying to pick up a coach from the Group of Five, promote him to the Power Five in the SEC as the new head coach. It's a risky decision, and it's the same one that got them into the mess that they're in right now. Florida fans are just done with everything right now. Scott Strickland is just one of the most inept ADs that you could think of, and he has just completely fumbled the bag on this one. He's fumbled the bag as long as he's been there, though, throughout the entire Billy Napier thing, as well as everything else that he's done there. And Florida fans are absolutely sick of it, and I can't blame them. And it's crazy that he's still employed at this point in time. I mean, how are they going to get through this coaching search without firing Scott Strickland along the way? Because do they trust him to make the next hire? I wouldn't. Texas trying to get away with holding every other play, and it's working. Well, they're seeing it as the way of getting it back because Texas got Texas got called for several fringe pass interference plays. Meanwhile, whenever there was obvious pass interference on their side, it wasn't called. Again, there were bad penalties on both sides, so I'm not saying that either team is getting hosed here because Texas can't offense in any capacity regardless, so it doesn't necessarily matter. But it's looking potato. Tulane has more SEC championships than Texas A&M. Yeah. And Missouri has more SEC championship appearances. So does South Carolina. Crazy to think about. What on earth is this season of college football? Chaos. Hence the name. Play the intro.
You might as well be in different leagues, not conferences, different leagues.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
I hope Florida picks up please pick up Burt Bielema. Please bring Burt Bielema to Florida. It's not going to happen, but that would be absolutely hilarious. There are so many scenarios Florida could do that would just be the stupidest thing possible. And with Scott Strickland, the possibilities are endless. I'll say that. If you think it can't get any shadier than Billy Napier, remember, Scott Strickland is still the main man doing something. He's still the main man behind this coaching search. So you got to take that into consideration for what it's worth. Brian Kelly has more SEC championships than Texas A&M. He has more SEC championship appearances. I know that for a fact. Will you be streaming the game tomorrow? Which game? There's the game that oh, you mean Ohio State, Michigan? No. I forgot. I forgot for a minute. Ohio State, Michigan was literally called the game. Just call it the game of all time for now on. That'll narrow it down. It's official. Lane Kiffin is the most popular coach to be hypothetical over. How many championships has he won? Oh, tons. He is the hypothetical best coach in the universe, actually. I don't know if you knew that. But the moment he hypothetically goes to Florida, they're winning like 10 hypothetical championships right off the bat. Yeah, I watched yesterday after I ate during Thanksgiving. I watched the Chiefs Cowboys game. I saw how that usually goes with the Chiefs, and I was stunned to see them not come back and win that game. The Cowboys gave them all the opportunities in the world, but they just could not get out of their own way. Brett Brennan putting his balls on the line here, going for it on 4th and 1. Where are they at on the field? I wasn't paying attention. They are close to the red zone, inside the 25. So just 1 yard to get, 3 men in the backfield, handoff up the gut, good enough for the first down. And now they're in the red zone at the 18. The Eagles look sorry versus the Bears today, too. Yeah, that was terrible. That is absolutely terrible. Surely Ohio State doesn't lose to Michigan for the 5th year in a row, right? Of course not. No, of course not. Look, the only reason I have to root for Michigan in the game, I don't really care what happens, but the only reason I would have to root for Michigan is just to see Reds crash out on Monday. That would be it. Because he did it last year where he wanted Ryan Day fired for losing to Michigan. I wonder if he'll keep that up this time. Can the Ohio State fans say fire Ryan Day if they lose to Michigan again despite him being a defending national champion? That I do want to know. I'm touring UGA and Georgia Tech on the same day in April. Our first stop is Georgia, and I'm most likely grabbing a hoodie to embroider Mickey Mouse all over it. Would have been funny if I wore it to Georgia Tech. I'm thinking about making a merch piece around Mickey Mouse in Georgia. You should wear that. Squid should totally stream Triple H. Michigan is better this year than last year, but Ohio State has made everyone that gets in their way look silly. Did it last year too, and then they played Michigan, and out of nowhere they suddenly became inept on offense. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that Ryan Day tried to push a narrative of them not being soft by spending the entire thing running the football. Look, if you just... I don't know if he's going to be ready to play in this game, but if you just throw the ball up to Jeremiah Smith on every single play, he'll do you a magical thing and probably catch the football once or twice. You can win the game that way. That's what happened. Ohio State just completely moved away from running or from passing the football because they thought, ooh, run the football up the middle again. Ooh! And then it just failed miserably because they kept doing the same thing, and Michigan saw it coming every time. You know what it's like? You know what Ryan Day's entire game plan there was... We brought up the loyal girlfriend scenario an hour ago. Let me bring it up again here. You get with the girl, okay? You get with the girl. You're in a relationship. You're in a committed relationship. You guys are together forever. And then she cheats on you. And you're like, she cheated on me. How can I get back together with her? But she comes back to you and she's like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. It's like a one-time thing. Well, I won't do it next time. You're like, okay, all right, well, let's do it then. Let's do it then. Let's stick together. And then a month later, she cheats on you again. And now there's a second time. And then she comes back and she's like, look, I know I did it again. I know I cheated on you again. But I promise, on the third time I'll be fully devoted and committed to you. Now, you, being in that relationship, more than likely would say, you've already cheated on me twice. Yeah, safe to say I don't believe you this time. What Ryan Day did was run the exact same play over and over and over again, and then Michigan and Sherrone Moore looked at that on the fourth time they ran the ball up the middle. They're like, safe to say they're going to run the ball up the middle again this time. Guess what? That's exactly what happened. Best analogy I could come up with for the day. Now give me about $5. Once is a mistake, twice is a habit. What if you go up to 3 times, or 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, like Ryan Day? Can you pull up the photo of Patrick with the jug over his head? Yeah, I realized I still had Eli Drinkwitz here with the doing that. Let me see if I can pull that up. I think I've got it on my computer somewhere. Because you're right, that's a hilarious image. I love that one. Where is it? I don't think I have it. I do have one that's probably just as good, though. Here, let me put this one on the screen. Slide it down here. Here we go. Yeah, this is what was going on with Ryan Day when he was playing against Michigan the last go round. Here, let me put it back. Let me do this. Here There go Ryan Day's brain against Michigan. There you go. That's what it looked like right there. There you go. So I'll leave that on the screen, and you can stare at that, but as much as you wish. So goofy. Well, give me a minute. I'll be right back in just a sec. I think I've got another dumb Patrick picture on here somewhere. You know what? Let me just do this. It's one of the I figured, like, you know, it was one of the easiest pictures to find. I might as well just go ahead and put it on the screen. I swear I can't escape from Patrick Starr this week. None of us can, and never will, in any capacity. Games or not. They added SpongeBob into Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, by the way. That's what he's referencing there. Here's the other one. Make a plushie of Mickey Mouse, but put Carson Beck's face as the face and name it Georgia Tech's new Mousecatool. Yeah, no, really. What's that, Brett Key? It's a surprise tool that'll help us later. Well, here, you look at that. I'm going to go take a quick break. I'm going to go get one of those acorns, one of those little acorn chocolates from downstairs, because I'm a little hungry. And then I will be right back up here. Give me just one moment. Ding, 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 ding. Ah, gentlemen, I have returned. I have returned to perfect timing, too. Because this game's about to get started, and I brought me a little bit of snacks. Little bit of snacks. This is what I was talking about earlier. See, hold on, let me get Patrick off the screen here. Hold on, sorry. Come on, let me. There we go. Okay, this is what I was talking about earlier. This is something my mom made for Thanksgiving. See, a little Hershey Kiss on top, Nilla wafer, then a Hershey Kiss on the bottom. It's like an acorn. Delicious. Anyway, the game just kicked off again. If Ohio State loses again, I'm going to commit seppuku on Facebook Live. What do you mean commit Sudoku? Duh. Where's Scooter with the backup commentary? He ran away. Every time I get the live stream started up and going, he runs away. He is very camera shy. All right, well, here we go. A&M back on the field, 1st and 10. Marcel Reed rolling out of the pocket. Plenty of time to throw. Looking for a man down the field. So now he's running again. Throws late and incomplete. Threw into double coverage, and nobody was there to catch it. Here's one thing I know. The momentum is definitely on A&M's side. The offense looks stronger. They can run the ball in some capacity. And they were on a roll in that final drive at the end of that ball, or at the end of that first half. So they've got the momentum, but now it's going to be 3rd and 8 after a run that went for 2 yards. You meant Georgia's new mascot tool. Yeah, I kind of had it. Yeah, I think Georgia Tech. They're not the mouse. They're not the mouse. What happens if a bird poops on Tennessee's star player? You go, uh-oh, and then you keep playing. You know what I mean? It's like, and you wouldn't be able to poop on him. He would be pooping on the helmet that's covered by him. Here's 3rd and 8. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. Reed throws late. Nobody there to catch it. And it'll be 4th down and 8. So the Longhorn defense, just as strong as they looked in the first half. No big surprise there. Now we'll see if Texas learned anything after that first drive. Or in that first half. If Ohio State loses again, I'm going to laugh. Well, the rest of the college football world will be laughing with you. One of the best running gags in all of sports right now, Ohio State can't beat Michigan. That punt nearly blocked. Sails a little high. Rolls, takes a good Texas A&M roll. Gets all the way into the 25, down at the 22. That could have been disastrous for Texas A&M. But punter came through in the clutch. Ice in his veins, got it all the way down to the 22. So can Texas do anything on offense this time? That is the question. I have no idea. Arch Manning so far is 8 of 21 for 51 yards. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he can do. How many QB runs are we going to get on this drive, do you think? Maybe 3, because they might go 3 and out. They're bringing all kinds of pressure on first down. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Parts the Red Sea. Got a big lane here at the 40. Running past the 50. Still going past the 40. Finally taken down at the 30. Quintravion Wisner parted that line like the Red Sea and went through. We got a big offensive gain for Texas on the first play from scrimmage in the first half or second half. That's the exact type of drive they needed to get back into this one. But they still got 30 more yards to go to reach that big gain. That's about a 48-yard run right there. We'll see if they can continue it. Your thoughts on Auburn's chances in the Iron Bowl this year? Well, I'll say this. It's set up for them to grab the monstrous upset because they have the home field advantage at night, but the talent difference is just so extreme. Here's Manning over the middle, incomplete, and flag is thrown. Yes. All right. Looks like they're finally going to call pass interference on A&M. Let them get away with some penalties earlier on, but this time they're going to call it. But yeah, no, I think because of the fact they are playing in Jordan-Hare at night, some crazy things do happen. I think Auburn will be motivated and ready to play, especially since it's their final game of the season, more than likely. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Kalen DeBozo is going to get them guys ready to go too. I'm still haunted by the miracle of Jordan-Hare, so Auburn has a better chance than people think. Several times Bama's went down there and lost. They had, back in 2019, they had only one loss in the season. They had Tua and the whole entire team. They had some of the best receivers anybody has ever produced, and they still went into Jordan-Hare and lost to Auburn. Missed the field goal to tie it and everything. You know what I mean? I swear using, but you guys can't beat Michigan as a rebuttal against Ohio State fans. A second only do, but you don't have erectile dysfunction. Unless we're talking about their hate boner for the SEC, and then you just bring up their record all time. And that tells you everything you need to know. Ohio State has only had like 1 year in the past 100 where they have a winning record against the SEC. And I'm no Southeastern glazer. I just think it's stupid how Ohio State fans spend most of their time crying about the other conferences when they're number one in the nation and have won every single game in the past however many months. Ohio State hasn't lost a game since the last time they played Michigan. So I don't understand why they're so upset about that. You need to focus your hate boner on Michigan, the one team you can't beat. Here's 2nd and 11 from the 19-yard line. Manning looking for a guy in the end zone. He's going to roll out of the pocket. Maybe. Now he is going to roll. Throws at the end of the play. It is at the ground and incomplete. Had a wide open man there too. Wide open man. But Arch just had a terrible throw there, and it's going to be 3rd down and 11. He was open. For multiple plays there. He had multiple receivers open there. Hell, the receiver he threw to was open. All right, here we go. 3rd down. 3rd down and 10. 3rd down and 11, actually. Got to get all the way to the 8-yard line. 4 receivers out. Manning back to pass. They're bringing all kinds of pressure, and it's too much for him. He has to throw the ball away, and it's going to be 4th and 11. A&M brought like 7 guys there on a 5-man line. Mike Elko looking for a flag, won't get one. And it's going to force Texas to kick the field goal. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. We got a personal foul. A personal foul on Texas. And that's going to pin him back 15 more yards. Or no, it's intentional grounding. I thought that was a personal foul. He's making that motion. But no, it's intentional grounding on Texas. And that's going to throw him back way further. Still going to be enough to make the field goal here. It's from the 29-yard line, 4th and 20. Mason Shipley made the first one out from 41 yards out. This one's a 46-yarder. Little bit to the left. Here it is, the kick. It is up. It is rolling, sailing, and it is good. We got a 4-point game here now. Texas manages to get a field goal out of that drive at the bare minimum. It's going to be 10-6. A&M still on top. Who's crying? All my hatred is directed to the team up north. At least there's one Ohio State fan who gets it, and Red does too. Red does at least. We've got Ohio State fans here who know better, who aren't spending all their time just sitting there dumping on the SEC. But again, this is coming from a guy who spends a lot of time on Twitter, and because of that, naturally I see a lot of Ohio State fans with nothing better in their time just to cry about the SEC. But again, you know, thing is, there's a lot of people crying about everything. I mean, you're talking about, this is the same guy, this is a guy from the same fan base that there's somebody saying that Diego Pavia's mom needs to get beat up. Like, that's what the people are saying. I'm obviously not saying that. But you got dumbass Tennessee fans everywhere at this rate. But we all know I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect. I said FIU got eliminated from a bowl game when they're actually bowl eligible. Might be the worst sin of all. The SEC is grossly overrated. In what capacity? I'm not saying that I don't think they're the best conference. Most people know that now. They haven't been the best conference in 2 years. They're not even, with the exception of Texas, they're not even getting glazed by the national media anymore. They still are. Nothing's going to stop that from happening. as long as there's people to glaze Texas, Texas shall be glazed. Yeah, how you holding up, Goob? You're winning. That has to count for something. But, yeah, you got work to do, I'll say that. Marcel Reed needs to have a game plan other than run out of the pocket and throw to the ground. I try to be a sane Ohio State fan, but I'm also a Nevada fan in Toledo, so I know pain. At least you got that down. But again, it's much harder to really absorb all the pain when you're a fan of multiple teams, especially one that's a national champion defender. You get what I'm saying. It's way harder to do that otherwise, because you've got a team that wins. You've got a team that knows winning. See, my loyalty is all on Tennessee. I don't have a second team. I'm not gonna bash anybody that does, unless if you're like a couple of people. Like I know one guy, one YouTuber on here who's a Georgia and a Georgia Tech fan. Like, you got to be a daggum idiot to do something like that. But unless you do that, I don't have any problems with you being a two-teamer. There are a couple of people in the Discord who have had to be like, hey, what are you doing? Because some people go into the Discord, okay, and you can choose your own team. You've got a button to where you can pick your team, and some people take it the extreme and pick like 9 teams, and I sit there and they're a fan of Texas A&M, BYU, Georgia Tech, Florida, Auburn, UMass, Kent State, Florida Atlantic, Southern Florida, Florida, and then you add in D6 schools on top of that, and they're like, what are you doing? Pick a team and stick with them. It's absolutely crazy. It's the type of guys in the movies you see surrounded by like 20 girls laying in bed. Like, what are you can't do that. Reality don't work that way. Numbnuts. I'm a member of a dying race. I'm a football fan from Long Island, New York, which is currently dominated by basketball and lacrosse. Hey, who knows? Who knows if those teams start doing better, or even better, or better, they might start funding the football team again. That's sometimes how it works. You do so good in one sport that you can fund the other ones too. Second and 6 for A&M here. Reed throws, got a man, good enough for maybe 5 yards. And I don't know why they're celebrating so hard. It's 3rd down and 2. Texas A&M can easily get this. Do you think it would be funny if Michigan lost its streak to a defense led by Matt Patricia? No, because the Matt Patricia defense is unironically one of the best defenses in the country right now. The way funnier scenario is if a Michigan offense is the thing to overwhelm the Matt Patricia defense. That's the funnier scenario by far. Squid not having a milkshake is an incredibly rare sight to behold. Yeah, I took a break today. It's Friday. I'll probably get one tomorrow, though. Here's 3rd and 2. Reed throwing the deep bomb on a one-on-one man coverage and incomplete. Incomplete. I don't know why you take the deep bomb on a 3rd and 2, Marcel Reed. What's the play there? So A&M is going to immediately give the ball back to Texas. The Longhorn fans are loud and proud now. We do have a man down for the Longhorns, though, so he might be on injury break. Doesn't look too hurt, but he's on his knees. Hey, Squid, which college football team do you think are the October Merchants, also known as the team that's basically the equivalent of Heidi Klum? I don't know who that is. But the October Merchants, I don't know. Hard to pinpoint somebody who's a month of who's the champ. I guess the closest thing to it would be Alabama. They looked terrible in September, and then suddenly in October they got it together. It's not a consistent streak. They weren't exactly doing it last year, but this year they absolutely were October Merchants. Matt Patricia is a coordinator. He's a terrible head coach. Yeah, stick to him being the coordinator, though, and he's really, really good. As long as you do that, you're in a good spot. 4th and 2 for A&M. They're going to try and punt this thing away unless Texas jumps off sides for some reason. They're going to go after this punt, though, from the looks of it. And here it is. Punt's given away. Sailing past the 50 to the 40. Taken at the 30, and that's where the fair catch will be made. Can you explain what the Patrick image is supposed to represent? Well, if you'd like to know, the closest thing to it would be Purdue. Today. Running the ball on 3rd and long in the final moments of the first half. Yeah, that's pretty dadgum goofy. Here we go, 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle for Texas. Good for about 5 yards. Gets them to 2nd and 5. Cocktober didn't even happen this year. That's how bad South Carolina is this season. Yeah, normally it's South Carolina that would be in that position, but no, the Gamecocks are just too bad for that. They're too daggone terrible to even have Cocktober. They had nothing. Second down and 4. Gonna be another handoff. Got an open lane here past the 40. Still running. Slides down around the 50-yard line. And a little bit more yardage out of that, too. Gets down to the 47. Texas getting some good job here. They're doing a good job here trying to manage this run game. They're doing something, I'll tell you that much. That's way more than they did in the first half. The Purdue screensavers because they're only there to make sure some menu doesn't get burned into your screen. Yeah, that's... Oh, hold on. I'll explain in a second. Here's a bubble screen. Got Wingo. Nearly broke away from that and got a bunch more yardage out of it, but it'll get 2 or 3 yards. One thing, this TV is really bad because this isn't necessarily the newest TV. It's like maybe over 10 years old, this TV right here. One of the things it's really bad is burn-in on the screen. It's got really bad screen burn-in. So, like, whenever one of these score bugs will come up, I'll often see it whenever I move to a different game. Here goes Quintravion Wiesner, another great run for a first down and a whole lot more. Texas has got their offense moving now. Bad position for the Aggies to find themselves in. A bad position for me to find in because I really don't want that daggum mouse in the freaking SEC championship because I know I'm going to have to react to it. And I don't want to see them clowns in there. Did you guys know I hate Georgia? Did you? The worst thing about Washington fans, I think, is the smell. Wow, that's a new one. You're sure that isn't just a select person? Here's Wisner, outside run, no gain there. It's a loss, actually. It's going to be second down and about 11. All right, well, here we go. Second down and 12. So they backed him up all the way to the 29-yard line. They've got to get to the 18 to convert this one. 4 receivers out. Manning trying to get away from the pressure. He will. He's going to run for himself. No, he's going to throw a bomb to the end zone. Got a man wide open. Ryan Wingo makes the catch up in the air, and it is a touchdown for Texas. The Longhorns are on top. 29-yard reception touchdown for Wingo, and the Longhorns are back in business. Dadgummit. You see, you rely on A&M for one thing. One thing, the one time I actually wanted them to show up, and here they are blowing it. Perfect season on the line here in Austin, and they're gonna let the daggum freaking mouse in the playoff. The playoff, they're already in there. I'm saying they're gonna leave them in the SEC championship. Come on, wake up! There's the kick. It is good. The extra point. PAT puts them up 13-10. How will this score affect the Jacksonville State Gamecocks? That's a good question. Probably very, very well, I'd say. They've got it. Jacksonville State's got a path to the Conference USA Championship, don't they? Yeah, I mean they're first in the conference, so yeah, they've definitely got a pack. In fact, yeah, no, that's right. Western Kentucky and Jacksonville State, that battle, that's a huge battle for dominion over the conference. 2 o'clock on ESPN Plus. It's a shame they never gave that one any love. What's the deal with that, huh? How are they going to let Kennesaw State Liberty be on CBS, but not that one? That doesn't make sense to me. That's right, Daiso. To win, you gotta not lose.
To win, you gotta not lose.
Texas might be playing for nothing, but they can play spoiler for the Aggies. Oh, they're not playing for nothing. This game means a lot to both of these fan bases. I know that for certain. Both of these teams. So no matter. And they aren't playing for nothing either. I mean, like even if they weren't a playoff team or anywhere close, this game would still mean a lot to them. But it's on top of that fact that they're also even with the 3 losses, they're only number 16. If they get lucky, win this game, if they get lucky, they can find themselves somewhere in the bubble at the end of the season. Tennessee and Kentucky should always be played at Bristol Motor Speedway? No. Absolutely not. That's disgusting. What is wrong with you? I'm not a fan of neutral sites at all. I always think these non-con games should be a home and home fight. I've never been a fan of the neutral sites at all in any capacity. And that would just piss me off even further if that's what it turned into. Alabama versus Auburn should be played at Talladega. That would make a lot more sense. Because at least if Bama's football team sucked, then they would still have an excuse to watch NASCAR. Elko put a spy on Arch. Yeah, might be wise to do so. I think he did there. But Arch threw at the final second that play. I don't know how Ryan... That was on the DBs. I don't know how Ryan Wingo got that wide open. I like NASCAR, but hate Alabama. Yeah, nothing's wrong with liking NASCAR. There's a lot of Bama fans use it as a coping mechanism when their football team sucks. NASCAR fell off when they implemented the stage format. Here's Arizona. This game has been surprisingly low scoring. Neither offense can get anything going here. Arizona State at least has a score up on the board, but it's 7-0. I saw the Wildcats missed a field goal earlier, but that's about it. Here's a quick screen right here on the first play. Able to break a tackle, but not much more than. That's about 3 yards. 2nd down and 7 coming up. Does the SEC championship change if Texas wins? Yes. This is why I'm rooting for A&M, because if they don't win, A&M gets kicked out of the SEC championship in favor of the Mouse. That's why I want them to win. Because if they don't, it means it's either going to be Georgia versus Alabama, or if Bama loses too, then it turns into Georgia Ole Miss. There's a good run by Marcel Reed, able to get positive yardage out of that after escaping the pocket. I don't know if it's enough for the first down, but it'll be very close. No, they're not going to give him the first down, but again, he's inches away. Yeah, about a yard short. At least you don't play in Europe like the NFL. Well, not everybody. Some do. They tried to get Michigan to go to Germany, but they refused. All right, 3rd down and 1. The crowd is very, very loud for this. Expect the man ball, but maybe it might be something else. Who knows? They might have Marcel Reed run this one out. And the whistle's blown. Looks like we have a timeout. Believe it's going to be by A&M. Yes. The Aggies are going to take their first timeout of this second half. Where will Lane Kiffin go? Look, man, there's so many other sports outlets that can tell you all about where you think Lane Kiffin's going to go. So, they can tell you all about it. They can tell you all about it. They can give you all the ideas in the world. Every neutral site is just a way for sponsors to make money. So this is why Georgia Tech, part of the reason why Georgia Tech played that game in Mercedes-Benz instead of at home. They got way more money out of the deal. That's the reason they went to a neutral site. They need the money. I don't think Georgia would have agreed to it had it not been for Tech choosing to do so. If that was supposed to be a game in Athens, I feel like they would have stuck with it. They don't really need the money all that much. But again, for Georgia Tech, $8 million, a lot of money. We just need to get rid of conference championship games and award the conference title to the number 1 team in the conference at the end of the regular season. Well, the question there would be, how do you know which team is the number 1? Like Indiana or Ohio State. If both of them finish 12-0, who's the number 1 team? Are they just going to give it to Ohio State because they're ranked higher? That wouldn't be fair to Indiana. Both teams are undefeated in the conference. So no, I don't agree with that. I think there should be a conference championship. Why are the bowl games played in neutral sites? Yeah, bowl games should be the only exception for the rule. I don't think bowl games should be played at home. I think it would be interesting if they were, but they shouldn't be. Because those are the final. It's the final game of the season. Bowl games, for the most part, even back in the day, were mostly prizes. For the most part, they were prizes for teams that earned their way to that spot. That's how it's always been. Now, nowadays, unless you're playing in the playoffs, most people couldn't give less of a shit. That's the sad part, because that's the difference. Back in the day, back 20 years ago, every bowl game meant something. You could go to the dadgum Compass Bowl, and you'd have a bunch of teams that would be hyped up about it. Hell, Vanderbilt went back to the Compass Bowl and back, 2008? But recently put up an Instagram post celebrating their 15th year anniversary of making the Compass Bowl. And winning it, or whatever it was. 15-year Compass Bowl anniversary. Poverty. New Mexico will likely play at home for the New Mexico Bowl. Perchance. One thing conference championships do. One thing a lot of them, or at least in the G5 do, is the number one team is the one that hosts. So if you've got one loss going up against an undefeated team, the undefeated team is the one that hosts. So that's interesting. Anyway, here's 3rd and 1 for A&M. Backed up deep in their own territory. It's going to be a handoff up the middle. Good man ball, pushes for a lot of yardage. A lot more yardage than they would have otherwise expected. Got to the 41-yard line out of that. The run shall continue. Rose Bowl was definitely the most prestigious. Still is. I mean, the Rose Bowl, especially now since it's a playoff game, means a whole lot. All the New Year's Six Bowls meant something, even before they would turn into playoff games. But yeah, now with how things are now, nobody cares unless you're in the playoffs. Here's a handoff up the middle, good for about 4 yards. Now we have stuff like the Cream Puff Bowl, which serves no purpose other than giving 6-win teams a cookie. Well, in most cases, that's what it's always been. But getting that 7th win, it meant a lot for teams that's the thing. It's more than that for teams that otherwise are going to be playing in their final game. Like if you're a senior and you know you're not going to make it to the NFL, this is your final game. This is your final game as a football player before you move on with your life. So you want to go out with a bang. It means something to those guys. It means something to all the other players that are actually playing in the game, especially if you're part of a program that isn't prone to making bowl games. Like if you're a team like, for example, this is just an analogy here, North Texas. North Texas, a terrible poverty program, something like that, never makes any bowl game, or like Arkansas State or something like that. Again, North Texas is not necessarily a poverty team, but you get what I'm saying here. Anyway, another 3rd and 1 run up the middle. I think this one is good enough for the first down. Let's see where they spot it. It's all going to come down to where that goes. No, they're going to call him short. They're going to be stuck in a 4th and 1. Uh-oh. What do you do here for Mike Elko? Down by 3. Clock churning away here. 3:35 left to go in the 3rd quarter. What is your move here? And they're going to put their balls on the line. This ball is spotted directly at midfield. They have to get just 1 yard to convert this. They're 0 for 3 on 3rd downs. Here it is. 4th and 1 coming up, and the whistle is blown. I'm assuming it's Texas taking a timeout. Yes, it is. It is indeed. Shorthorn's going to take their first timeout, and I wonder if A&M's going to stick with it or if they're going to punt. Back before money-saturated college football, players played for pride like their lives depended on it. Yeah, well, they played for pride, for loyalty, for a lot of that stuff. But now with NIL and the transfer portal and all that, they have no reason to play for those things. A lot of them are devoted to the bag, and if you can't give them that, then they're going off somewhere else. They're one-year mercenaries. That's what Colorado and Florida State built their entire teams on, and you can't do that. Because if you try it, All the players are devoted to the bag, and the moment that you can't give them that money's worth that they paid for, they're gone. They're gone. They might not be gone physically because they can't leave the portal yet, but they're gone mentally. They don't care. They literally do not care. Part of this is why I got so pissed off at Cam Ward for opting out in the bowl game, in the Pop-Tart Bowl in the second half of that ball game. Because you had a lot of players in there who were playing, because that was their final game of their career in football. They wanted to go out with a bang, and they were up on Iowa State. But then Cam Ward opts out, chooses that he wants to declare for the draft now, and then they send in their backup, lose the ball game. So instead of going out with a win, now you lose your final game of the season. That's why I got so pissed at Cam Ward. Anyway, here's 4th and 1 for the Aggies here. 3 receivers to the left. Running back in the backfield with Marcel Reed. Man moving in motion. Texas player jumps, and I think they're going to call this a false start. Is that offsides or is that a false start on A&M? Because that's going to determine a lot. It's either going to give them a first down or force them to punt. And they're going to blow it a false start. False start on the Aggies. Now they got to punt. That is unfortunate. Absolutely brutal. Yep. Left tackle jumped off sides. Yeah. That's brutal. That's brutal. So Elko's going to have to punt this one back to the Longhorns, and that is otherwise potentially a deadly blow in what could have set this game wide open. Did y'all see that Bama receiver NIL deal where they had to play with nail polish? Bama players do a lot of stupid things. Don't forget Ryan Williams with the teddy bear. Return taken at the 17-yard line. Fair catch is called. Opting out of the bowl game is such a bitch move. Well, circumstances I understand due to some circumstances. Like if you're a highly rated player, you don't want to risk tearing your ACL or anything like that, taking a career-ending injury, and otherwise what's going to be a useless bowl game. So I sort of understand that to an extent. In some cases, players just want to rest for, in that case, it makes a lot more sense. What Cam Ward did, though, was stupid. Opting in for the first half and then saying, all right, now I'm done. You guys can handle it from here. Now, that was stupid. Anyway, here's Texas from the 17-yard line. Handoff to start the play. This one's going way back, and it'll be taken down after a 2-yard loss. At least Tennessee baseball is good. Well, for now. With the coaching turnover, we have no idea how they're going to look. Dansby had a clear pick on Sam Levitt right there, and he just dropped it. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Sun Devils. Speaking of second down, here's 2nd and 12 for 2nd and 11 coming up for Texas. Manning throws early. Got a man for a first down, a little bit more. Still trying to get some yardage out of this. Pushes his way for a little bit more, and it'll be first down. And I forget where they spotted him. I think he got all the way to around the 35. SEC officiating sometimes makes you wonder if it's not an SEC officiating thing. It's an officiating thing all across the world. ACC refs, Big Ten refs, Big 12, they're all just as bad. Here's a good run right here. Got a lot of good blocking up front. Pushes him all the way to the 45-yard line. A little bit more than. Gets all the way to the 47 for another Texas first down. Texas A&M is really looking like they're going to choke it. I'm going to be sick. Yeah, the freaking mouth. It's going to be... Is it going to be Georgia, Alabama again? Is that what it's really going to come down to? Is them again? I mean, the good news is at least Georgia gets to lose to them again, but I'm tired of seeing it. I want another game. I want something new. Give me a breath of fresh air for once. First down and 10 for the Longhorns at the 46-yard line. This one broken up immediately. A loss of about 4 or 5 on the play. War never changes, Squid. War never changes. What do you think about this? If you want to prepare for the draft, you must play in the bowl game. If they added that rule, that would definitely... I'm telling you what, if they added that rule, and that would definitely get a lot of backlash. So much so, I could absolutely see some players testing that and just opting out anyway. Seeing how ballsy the NCAA would be. Because the NCAA has been shown that they're cowards. Anyway, here's 2nd and 12. Manning all alone in the pocket. Plenty of time to throw. Finds a wide open Jack Andres, who's still running, still going. Breaks a tackle, gets past the 20, all the way inside the 5. And Texas has now got the ball at the 3-yard line. Oh my goodness. Dadgum poverty, man. Freaking unbelievable, A&M. Unbelievable. And that'll end the 3rd quarter. Put your 4s up. Entering the 4th quarter out of that gigantic Texas drive. It's not over yet, but they've only got like 3 or 2 more yards to go before they hit that end zone. So this sucks for an A&M fan, I imagine. Your perfect season getting spoiled by your most hated rival. If I was an NFL coach and my incoming quarterback sat out for a game because he thought it was redundant, I'd question his dedication to the team. I'm right there with you. But some coaches in the NFL don't care about that. They see it as him putting his priority first, which in many cases could be seen as him being, selfish and caring for himself. Obviously it didn't affect Cam Ward because Cam Ward got drafted 1st overall. You know what I mean? Now, it doesn't mean you can be just completely reckless and do whatever you want. Look at what happened to Shedeur Sanders. 1st or 2nd round overall quarterback turned into a 5th round draft pick because he was all the stupid shit he was doing outside of the actual game. Battered Aggie syndrome is looking strong tonight. Oh, very strong. More powerful than it otherwise would have ever been. But again, we've seen A&M come back from ridiculous stuff. Hence the South Carolina game coming back from 30 to 3. That's pretty daggum impressive. I'm glad Sanders proved the haters right on his NFL debut. Despite how much Sports Center certainly tried to prop him up, just like they tried to do with him in college. Like DraftKings. I think it was FanDuel. No, it was FanDuel's dumbasses who put out that Twitter post when Colorado was like 2-0. Remember that? Colorado was 2-0 or 3-0 right before they faced Oregon. And then they put out a thing saying, lay out the spread, 2023 Colorado versus 2019 LSU. They had to have known what they were doing. Had to have. These guys are media experts. They knew what they were doing. They're not that stupid. And it worked to perfection because it's one of the most hated tweets of all time. I understand why Shedeur slid, but why didn't George Pickens slide? Coming from the dangerous part of New York, the signs were there. That was a YN right there. No, I don't have an answer for that. Sometimes there are a lot of NFL teams that have gotten so many broken pieces on their team that they're willing to look past any of the drama just to try and rebuild that franchise. But it got attention, and that was the goal. Precisely. Yeah, no, that was the whole purpose of the tweet. They knew what they were doing, and it worked to perfection. So at least they got that part down. Give them credit for that where it's due. All right, anyway. Quick run on the outside, and there you go. Right on the first play of the fourth quarter. Didn't even any time to register that they were back. But they're back. Literally. Nick Townsend on the outside. Longhorns take a 2-score lead in the first play of the fourth quarter. Womp womp. Justin Ziegler, appreciate being a member for 4 months. Texas A&M choose now to go to battered Aggie syndrome. Texas A&M choose now to go to battered Aggie syndrome. You also have to bring down Squid since you lose Georgia's in the SEC championship. Yep. I get to watch the dadgum Magic freaking Kingdom again. Whoop-de-doo! Kick is up and it's good. So Longhorns take a 10-point lead here at home with 15 minutes left to go on the clock. Marcel Reed is going to have to do something other than run the football if they're going to stand a chance in this one. That's all I can really say. The Aggies are not out of the playoffs. Texas A&M is absolutely a playoff lock. They just might... There's the off chance that... Well, I'll say this. They're probably not getting a first-round bye. I'll say that much. If they lose here, they're not getting a first-round bye. The playoff story is going to be way more interesting with Texas, I think. Because I think Texas A&M is probably going to be a team that's going to get... They're going to host a game in College Station if they blow it. If Texas wins this game, you know, they're number 16 right now. If teams ahead of them fall, like if Miami loses, we could be seeing a 3-loss Texas team in the playoffs. I'm cringing just thinking about the thought. One thing I like to do whenever I type out Billy Napier is I like to make sure to get the trademark logo too. Tardaria Squidtards versus Georgia Mouska Dogs. Greatest rivalry since Arkansas versus Arkansas. Yeah, no kidding. First down and 10 here for A&M. Marcel Reed back to throw. He's going to take the screen. Little dump off play. Good for 3 yards. It's going to be 2nd and 7. Indiana's winning 49-3. I think we get the point, Hoosiers. But they want to make it known. And they're not... Thing is, they're not even trying. That's the thing. Purdue's so bad that Indiana doesn't even have to try. They just have to be there, and then they score by default. Here we go, 2nd down and 7. A&M's got to get to the 39-yard line here in order to convert. It's going to be a handoff. Nothing given there. Maybe 2 yards, if that. And now it'll be 3rd down. But you know who we won't see in the playoffs? Penn State. Yeah, no Penn State, no Clemson, no LSU, no South Carolina. Teams that we thought otherwise at the start of the year that were going to be playoff locks because of how good they looked. Nope. Just because you're off-season champions of the world does not convert to real football. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 4. At the 35, got to get to the 39-yard line to convert. With 4 receivers out, Reed back to throw. They're bringing pressure on the edge. He throws it off late. Dump off screen. Not quite able to get the yardage. He's down a yard short. Are they ever going to... Marcel Reed literally cannot throw past the line of scrimmage. That's the 2nd time now he's done the exact same thing. He looks, immediately tries running away, sees an open man behind the line of scrimmage, and immediately throws it to him. That's what he does. He doesn't have any other options. And so A&M still got the offense on the field here at the 39-yard line. Boy, this would be the dagger right here if they blew this one. The clock is going down. Bringing up everybody here on the line. Line up in the bunch formation. Goal line form. Little adjustment on the line here. Still there. And the play clock runs out. They tried to get Texas to jump off sides, and they did not bite. So it'll be a delay of game on the Aggies, and they will be forced to punt this ball back to the Longhorns. When did Mike Elko get so damn conservative? That's not on Elko. That is on Marcel Reed, because he had there are receivers down there, but he keeps either throwing the dump off or he tries to take off for himself. Marcel Reed is not ready for this game. He was not ready for it. He's not built for this type of crowd, this type of defense. If Texas wins and still has to sit in the cuck chair while OU and A&M get to play playoff football, I'm going to laugh until my lungs collapse. They're going to punt this one off. Got a decent little return out of it. Still going. Gets past the 30. Down around the 34-yard line. So the Longhorns are going to get they're going to get a good chance to ice this one here. At least take out a bunch of clock. I've seen A&M come back from some big leads, but they're running out of time to do so. Reed feels like watching a Mateer clone, but maybe slightly worse. Not even Mateer. It's like, you know what he is? He's Haynes King. It's Haynes King, but worse. Because Haynes King is kind of that exact same way. He's either taken off or he's going to throw the screen. One of the two. There goes his Heisman hopes then. Mendoza, you just wrapped up the trophy. Mendoza been wrapped up the trophy for a long time. Ever since Omar got that catch against Penn State to win that game, the Heisman was Mendoza's to lose. And he hasn't lost it. I'll say that much. Not going to lie, I'm from Northern Illinois, so I'm a Notre Dame fan, and everything is falling apart from me. Or Northern Indiana. I saw Notre Dame and immediately read out Northern Illinois. My bad. But from Northern Indiana, so I'm a Notre Dame fan, and everything is falling apart for me. Well, I think you're in. I don't think you're ever going to get a first-round bye after those first 2 weeks. Nor do I think you're hosting. So the best case scenario you can hope for is that you match up against a team from like the Big 12 or something. For your first round. That's the best you can hope for. Let Pavia gets cooked. Unless the Super Saiyan has a crazy performance tomorrow, and I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think the Super Saiyan's going to have a good day. I think they're going to try and probably use the run game again. I think that's what Ryan Day is going to try to do. I do think he's going to let Saiyan sling it out a little bit more otherwise than what they did last year. But I don't think it's going to be to the extent of what they need. Arizona just threw an interception. Noah Fafita is not having a great day. And part of that's due to the fact that his receiver suddenly can't catch anymore. They're going to get bailed out here, though. Interception is reversed because somebody jumped off sides with 41 seconds left. Pavia will melt in the pressure cooker that is Neyland. I hope you're right, man. If there's any year that I want to beat Vandy, it's this year. They've gotten a little too big for their britches. I will say that. Their Cinderella story was fine and dandy up until Pavia started yapping, and now he need to hush. Now he's got to hush. Johnny Manziel energy without the trophies to back it up. So it's about that time. It's about that time for somebody to just do something about it. And who else but Tennessee to do it? 12:31 left to go in this game. Texas with the ball at the 34-yard line. Going to try and test the run game to start out, and they will not fall for it. No gain there. It's 2nd down and 10. I really hope SMU wins the ACC, so I might have the ACC in the playoffs. Well, in order for that to happen, it's very, very complicated, and I don't think it's going to work out that way. Because Miami would have to lose to Pitt. That would be another thing that has to happen. And then SMU, if they beat Pitt, then what it sets up as, because SMU, if that were the case, then SMU and Pitt would probably play in the ACC championship unless it's Virginia. But point is, two G5 teams, two G5 conference teams, conference champions would have to rank ahead of the ACC champion, and that's just not going to happen. So the ACC is in the playoffs, but they're going to get decked in the first round. They shut down the run on second down there too, so it's going to be 3rd down and 12. They're going to try and this is their chance to mitigate the damage that they've already taken by at least preventing them from getting anything here. This is a Tim Banks moment in the making. Here he goes on the play, taking a deep shot, overthrown and incomplete. No flag thrown. It's going to be 4th and 12. Manning tried to take the deep bomb there, and he actually had a man. He actually had a man. Receiver beat the corner just by a little bit. Had he thrown that on the money, that could have been a touchdown. ACC should just get relegated. Yeah, not looking good for him. Again, Clemson was the only thing keeping that conference afloat in my eyes. I mean, SMU's doing a great job at least. It's funny, you know, I mean, think of all the G5 teams that have suddenly entered the Big 12 and the ACC, which there aren't many. UCF still trying to find their footing in the Big 12. Houston's at least having a great year, but they've been in there for a couple of seasons already. SMU's been in the ACC for 2 years, and they've lost, 2 total games in the conference? Not including the ACC championship to Clemson. And now that Clemson's fallen off the map, SMU is one of the best things they have in there. It's absolutely crazy. And they get on me for hating on the ACC so much. And I'm not necessarily even hating on it. It's just the conference sucks. It's terrible. Look at what they do every single week. It's a disaster every single year, especially last year. Look at what happened. 2-11 in bowl games. They had 2 teams enter the playoffs, and both of them got smacked to oblivion. So, I mean, I'm sure whichever ACC team winds up sneaking into the playoffs this year is going to get slapped. They're at a lower league than the rest of the conferences. That's just what it is. Even the basketball portion of the ACC is bad. I mean, Duke's pretty good. Duke's good. They're at least putting up a decent fight, but it's Duke, and then what you got? What's there left after that? You know what I mean? And what's sad about that is if you want to make the comparison to Houston again, Houston's better. Houston made the championship last year. The best Duke could get was the Elite Four, or the Final Four. I said the Elite Four. There's my Pokemon instinct coming in. But you get the idea. ACC is just not a good conference at all. Better hope Wake Forest figures out something in baseball. In baseball, don't forget that. Here's your stat update, by the way. Arch Manning seems to have found his footing because now he's 12 of 27 for 157 yards. The Longhorns in total have almost 300 yards of offense. In fact, I think they just passed that threshold. A&M hasn't really done anything in the second half, in any capacity. No points, barely any offense, can't run the ball. Marcel Reed, the best he can do is just run for his life the entire time. Mario Craver's the only guy on the offense or the receiving corps who can actually catch something. It's not looking good for him at all. This is despite having 9 TFLs, by the way. A&M's defense is playing lights out against this Texas offense, trying to do everything they can, but it's just not enough. A&M's offense can't do nothing in any capacity. Here's a 47-yard attempt at the end of the first half for Arizona to go down by 4. The kick is up. Nailed it. Right through and drilled. But we do have a flag that came in at the final moment there. Oh, I just heard this crunching noise in my head. What was that? Did I just move awkwardly? I don't know what that was. I moved, and then I just hear like this crunching sound in my head. What was that? Anybody know what that was about? I don't know. Wake Forest figured out that they didn't like playing SEC teams last year when they got slapped by Ole Miss. Yeah, no kidding. That was a weird throw by Marcel Reed. I don't even know where he was looking for. He's lucky that wasn't even intercepted. I see why he's taking the screens now. Anytime he throws past the line of scrimmage, he can't throw. My goodness. Yeah, of course. This is what I get. This is what I get for having any reliance in a team for doing something that I would actually favor them for. 17-0 run for Texas here in terms of scoring. Here's 2nd and 10 for A&M. Reed takes the dump off. He's instantly read by Texas, at least caught, but nothing for more than 5 yards or 6. Yeah, they gave him 4 yards there. So now it's going to be 3rd down and 6. 3rd down and 6. They've been on the field for 10 seconds. It's already 3rd and 6. Reed, they're bringing all kinds of pressure. Throws late, got a man open, but he had to dive to get it. It's going to be 1st down. A&M will keep the drive moving, but we do have a flag that could potentially screw them entirely. Pass interference on Texas A&M. And that'll probably kill that's the kill drive right there in my eyes. You had your moment right there, but now you got to give the ball back to Texas if you don't do anything here, but you're going to be on a 3rd and 1,000,000. Yeah, that ain't looking good. Is not looking good in any capacity. 3rd down and 21. 10-10 left to go left in the ball game. Line up 4 wide. Here's Reed. They're bringing pressure on the edge. He runs now, still running. Still going. Was that a design? That could not have been a designed run. My goodness. He goes down 10 yards short, and there's another flag that came in. I don't know what this one is. Ooh, well, that was a bad time for that. Texas personal foul, a face mask, and the A&M drive shall continue. Yep, McDonald once again forcing a bad penalty, just like he did earlier, is going to give A&M the drive. Is going to give A&M the 1st down. Less than 10 minutes left to go in this ball game. A&M at the 41-yard line now off of that. Pass play by Reed. They're bringing pressure on the edge once again. Gets it off on a slant route. Incomplete. Everybody was covered. Reed could not find a good read. Excuse me. Gotta love the bailouts. Well, yeah, A&M needs them. They need him. Would you consider doing a conference video on G6 conferences? Potentially. If I've got time in the summer, I will. But we'll see. I've got so many videos to go to make before then. Here on 4 wide, Marcel Reed rolls out of the pocket. Well, he's going to throw before that. He will. He's got an open man past the 20. Slides down about the 14-yard line. Same man he looked for in the last play. It's going to be 1st and 10 from the 14-yard line. Are the Aggies finally going to have an actual good drive? I don't know. We'll see. We're going to find out. Still got yardage to go. Run up the middle. A broken tackle. And gentlemen, A&M is back on the board. E.J. Smith on the run. Hurdles over a Texas defender, and he's got the touchdown. E.J. Smith, 13-yard rushing touchdown for the Aggies, and it's a 1-score game here in Austin. Just when you thought they were dead, the Aggies suddenly come back to life. And with the extra point, it's going to be a 3-point game. Be funny if they fake the extra point here. Just go all stupid with it, why don't you? Just be super duper funny. Here's the PAT. Up and good. It's a 3-point game here in Austin. 20-17 your score. 9:15 left to go in this ball game. Still anyone to decide. All the time in the world for something stupid to happen. That's all I can say. People are mad. People are mad about the refs. People are really mad about the ref ball. And I can't necessarily blame them. I'd be pretty pissed too. It's not looking all that great. Battered but back. Oh Lord, my 12th man is throbbing. Please, Aggies, saw Bevo's horns off. Purdue kept it close for them. You know what? They might beat Missouri. They might beat 2 Missouri Valley Conference teams next year. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I know. Purdue a playoff team, sure. FCS playoff team, maybe D2. I don't know if they win the FCS playoffs. 56-3 the score in that one. You wonder why I turned it off. Now you know the answer. What a mess. It's gonna be weird not we had it feels like we had a full slate of football games today, but it's gonna be over probably by midnight, or a little bit after midnight, like 12:30. Who's in the lead for Clown of the Week so far? There really isn't any big clowns so far. I mean, UMass is about the closest thing to it just because they finalized their unbeatable season by going 0-12. There really isn't much else. I mean, Georgia Tech's offense, I guess we're going to find out in due time, maybe whatever happens here. There's still plenty of time for one of these teams to mess up to an elite capacity. So I guess we're going to see. I guess we're going to find out in due time, aren't we? All right, well, little time left in this ball game. Hell might freeze over. We'll see. 9:15 to go. Taking this return from the 5. Rushing out, going outside. Got some yards in front of him. Got no blockers there. Flag is blown after getting past the 20, and that's where he'll go down at. Could State Farm just not make the most cringe commercial imaginable? There's way worse. I'm telling you, there is way worse. Yeah, there is way worse. I'm telling you that. The Cheez-It commercial drives me insane. So what's the flag here? Illegal block below the waist. Out on Texas. So that'll pin him back pretty far on this drive here. Pivotal penalty once again that could really screw over the Longhorns. They just can't catch a break, it seems. That's for certain. The top 5 ACC football teams are Maryland, Duke basketball, North Carolina girls lacrosse, SMU, and Yale. Yes, Yale, my favorite ACC team. I woke up feeling cheesiest, coach. Okay, so the refs are just stupid. They said the penalty was on the return team, but then they changed their minds. Now it's on A&M. They didn't even have to throw bottles on the field for them to change their mind. My goodness, bro. These ACC refs are on one tonight. So they're starting from pretty good field position. Throws this one up for grabs. It's caught past the 40-yard line. They're already in field goal range off of one play to the tight end. A&M's defense is choosing now to just pretty much explode. Well, thank you for your content, boss. Thank you for watching. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Not looking good here for the Aggies. 8:30 left to go. They're at the 41-yard line. Going to be a handoff up the middle. Good play right there. Shut down. Maybe a yard on the gain. It would be 2nd and 9. Who is coach and why does he keep waking up feeling the cheesiest? I ain't got a clue. I'm tired of it. I don't want to wake up feeling the cheesiest. They're showing Arch Manning's father, Mr. Cooper Manning. You knew that was coming. 2nd down and 9 here for Texas. Back to throw. Going to take the screen. This one is caught. It was bobbled in the air for a good minute, but it was caught by Baxter, but it'll be for no yardage at all. It's going to be 3rd down and 9. A&M's got a chance to mitigate their damage here. But again, this is anybody's game. Texas somehow kicking the field goal and making it a 6-point game would not be the worst thing ever. So here it is. 5 wide on the play. Arch all alone in the pocket. And A&M jumps off sides. And that's the exact type of thing that's going to screw you over. Purdue is sacrificing their football team just for their basketball team to get blown out in the Sweet 16 in March Madness. Or blown out by the 16 seed. That's way worse. I wouldn't mind. Purdue's like our arch nemesis every time we play them, so they need to be as far away from us as possible. How do you... Oh, my goodness. Another lineman caused the D lineman to jump off sides. Just wonderful. 3rd down and 3 now. Much more manageable. It's Arch Manning on the run. Got a good push. Still going past the 20. Can he get all the way to the 10, the 5, and he's all the way home. Arch Manning on the run. Puts Texas up by 2 scores once again, man. I don't know how you didn't know that was coming. I don't know how in the world you can be Texas A&M and not know that that's coming. Unbelievable. 7 minutes left on the clock. Texas takes a 2-score lead once again. Wow. They're back. They're back.
We're back.
Not the dagger just yet. A&M still got 2 timeouts to work with. Plus, if they go as quick as they did on the last drive, anything's possible. Extra points up and good. 10-point game here in Austin. But if A&M doesn't do anything on this next drive, they're probably cooked. But it's looking like A&M's magical season is definitely on the line here. And I knew it was going to be because it was the only thing preventing the Mouse from backdooring their way into the SEC championship like they daggum always do. AT Astrophotography. Celebrating 1 month of membership. Welcome back, Battered Aggie Syndrome. Yes, for certain. That Battered Aggie Syndrome never went away. It was just hidden in the darkness, waiting to strike. And it struck pretty hard tonight, but it's not over yet. All the time in the world. This is A&M's best year, and they still can't beat Texas. Oh, yeah, this has got to feel very, very vindicating if you're Texas right now. And this is the thing that could potentially push them into the playoffs, despite having 3 losses, one of them being to Florida. A 3-8 Florida, by the way. I guess they're going to draw that one up as a quality loss if they manage to get there. My goodness, dude. Well, A&M's got a big path down this much. 7 minutes left to go, down by 10. They're going to need some good fortune because Austin is louder than it's ever been. Lined up in the 5-wide set to start from the 25-yard line. Reed back to throw. A lot of pressure on the edge once again. He takes off, and he can't get much more than 2 or 3 yards out of that. I don't know who A&M's tackles are, but it's about time for you to give some new guys a chance because every time I watch these guys, they're just getting completely slapped around. I mean, I'm watching them. They have no idea how to guard these edge rushers. Here he goes again. Marcel Reed back to throw. Over the middle for a dump off. Trying to push their way for the first down. Won't get there. Going to be a yard short. 3rd down and short coming up. Has Arch Manning considered being a running back? He can run. Oh, he is. He is. He's a running back. Don't let that disguise you. Don't let one good passing game disguise you. They actually called it a first down, but now the refs are on the field. They're gonna take a second look at it. A&M's loss is so bad I had to bring back the 3rd and Banks counter. Yeesh. That's bad. Even when you have teams like A&M and Ole Miss doing far, far better than they've ever done, does not matter. All things return to normalcy at the end of the day with freaking Bama and Georgia making it all the way to the SEC championship. At least there's no reason for me to root for Bama now. I don't have to root for Bama to win because the whole thing I was trying to prevent in the first place is going to come to fruition regardless. Womp womp. That's just unfortunate. If Texas makes the playoffs, I'm burning down my local Burger King in protest. You probably shouldn't say that here live on YouTube because they're probably making the playoffs for this, by the way. You forget that not only is Texas going to get a win over an undefeated SEC team with 3 losses, what they have that nobody else does is the Golden Boy of Sports Center. They have the complete Golden Boy of Sports Center, and when they have that, it's gonna put them above a lot of other people. That's all I can really say. Keep in mind, A&M had a pretty Mickey Mouse schedule with half of their opponents firing their coaches for the matchup versus A&M. Oh, no. Yeah, no. I'm not denying that at all, that this is a stinky looking loss for A&M, and A&M had a stinky schedule to go along with it, but... Ay. What? What? They just ruled that a first down. He was so obviously short. They spent 5 minutes looking at that and then still called it a first down. The refs are just here for decoration, man. They're actually clowns. I mean, how do you... This is what I say, man. I think it's a revelation at this point. They're straight up bringing like blind hobos downtown to referee these games. Anyway, big throw by A&M to Conception. It's going to get about 30 yards out of that, past the 45-yard line, and now A&M's cooking. They're actually at the 46-yard line, but that was still a really good play. Here goes Reed again, trying to run out of the pocket as a design quarterback run, and they'll make him regret it. He's going down behind the line. Y'all got to stop running the football, man. You don't really have the luxury for that when there's only 5 minutes left on the clock. I know you don't want to pass the football because you're scared to give it to Marcel Reed, but you got to do something. The design quarterback run ain't working. Here goes Reed again. Slant route over the middle. Got a man complete. First down. See? When he wants to, he can make completions. Good enough for the first. 12 yards out of that gets him all the way to the 35. No, I think that was designed. I don't think that. I think that was intentional to make Marcel Reed run. See what they do here. Here's Reed back again. Back in the pocket. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. Takes the dump off on the outside. Good for maybe 3 or 4 yards. You got to just keep the tight end back there, man. You just got to keep the tight end. If you just keep the tight end in, like, right next to the out-of-bounds marker, Marcel Reed's going to go for him pretty much almost every time. He's going to see the reads, realize there's nothing there, or at least he thinks there's nothing there, and then he'll immediately go to the tight end for the 3-yard gain. Here goes 2nd and 7. 4 receivers out once again. Pass play. Here he goes. Back to pass. Rolls out of the pocket. Thinking about running. He is going to take off. And he's going to get about 6 yards out of that 3rd and short coming up. Refs hate literally everyone, especially South Carolina and Mississippi State. That's for certain. South Carolina for sure. So they're gonna give him a rough spot here on 3rd and 2. 4 receivers out here. Now that back to 3. Here goes Reed. It's going to be a handoff. Nothing given there, but he's going to make work out of it. Still pushing past the 20. Now into the red zone at the 17-yard line. Good run by Smith right there. 4 minutes left to go. A&M running out of time here. They've got 2 timeouts to work with, but they're probably going to have to save them for the next Texas drive. 6 men up front. Here goes Reed again, looking for a man. Throws to the end zone. Intercepted. Threw into double coverage. Picked off at the 1-yard line, and that might be your dagger, ladies and gentlemen. Marcel Reed literally could not see him. And that might be your ball game, boys. Full-on potato. SMA shaking my head. I don't know how this game would have gone if it was at College Station, but Marcel Reed lost this game for Texas. I mean, it was pretty obvious. He has just had a terrible day all day long. He absolutely lost his game for the Aggies. Double coverage. There was at least, I counted 4 Texas DBs around that player, around that wide receiver. If he wasn't going to pick it off, somebody else was. Unbelievable. Picked off by a walk-on in the biggest game of your career. My goodness. 3 minutes left to go in this ball game. Run up the gut. Trips up around the 1-yard line. That's a loss of 2. They were at the 3. They're probably going to try and bring the sun here at Texas. If they can get a safety, they can do something. I don't know. And A&M is going to burn their second timeout. But yeah, Marcel Reed just had an awful day today. Not prepared for the Texas crowd. He looked rattled. He couldn't make any of the actual reads like he used to. He was running for his life the entire ball game. And to be fair, his offensive line has done him absolutely no favors. I don't know who his tackles are, but they let him down today for sure. I think it got into a situation where Reed was just having to instantly get rid of the football because of the fact that his offensive line could not block for him in any capacity. But that's not to say that Reed had a great day trying to do what he could do. He still did not have a great day. Nothing on the offense was good for A&M except the run game. That's it. But yeah, no. I mean, if they somehow manage to get a safety here, then it's a 1-score game again, and A&M gets the ball. So you best guarantee they're bringing the sun here on 2nd and 12 or 2nd and 11. Since when did the SEC get presented by Target? That's a new one. Okay, anyway, 2nd and 11, handoff up the middle, good push by the line, gets a bunch of yardage back, and now they're at the 5-yard line. So it's going to be third down and about 7. I safe to say a first down effectively ends this ball game. So you best guarantee that Texas is probably going to try and do that. Although A&M will have to burn their final timeout. And even if they do get this ball back, they're literally going to need a flat-out miracle in order to do anything with it. This Arizona, the Desert Showdown just started up again, and yeah, this game might even be less. It might even have less scoring than the other one. It's 7-3 at the half. Of course, Arizona's coming back out. Maybe they can do something now that they've had a half to settle. Lane Kiffin should go to Florida State, not because it's a good move for either side, but because it would be funny as hell. No, he should go to Auburn. Just screw over both Florida and LSU as well as Ole Miss in the process. Go to Auburn, ruin everybody, including Auburn. Can A&M still make the SEC championship? No. No. The mouse jumps over them for this one. Texas chooses to settle with the handoff. A&M is going to get this ball back after a 4th down. But yeah, no. A&M needed to win this game in order to make the SEC championship. With their loss, Georgia's going to get the jump on them because of head-to-head and common opponents. So, yeah. Mouse backdoors their way into the SEC championship because of A&M's own tomfoolery. I don't know why I'm surprised. Is anybody surprised? I ain't. Not only that, but Texas is now going to get glazed to infinity and beyond by the national media. That's something else to take into account. Wow, they decapitated the plush for A&M. That's insane. Concepcion with a nice little return right here gets A&M in the they're going to start at the at Texas 43-yard line. 2:32 left to go. No timeouts. They're going to need a flat-out miracle. Dang, why'd you have to decapitate the dog? That's messed up. I thought Texas A&M was good. So are the rest of us. Number 3 team in the nation. You'd think they'd be good. Nope. A lot of people thought they were really fraudulent because all of their wins, with the exception of Notre Dame, came off of beating up on the bottom half of the SEC. And that comes with consequences in the fact that when you actually face a good team, especially on the road, they're going to give you all you want and more. Here goes Reed from the 47-yard line, throws on the first play, intercepted. I don't even know what he was doing there. He had a clean pocket that time. You can't put that one on the offensive line. Literally just threw a desperation heave with a guy that was covered, and Texas made him pay for it. And now that will be your ball game, gentlemen. Texas is going to pull off the humongous upset over A&M. Or at least let's hold off a second because there is a flag that came in late there. Wow. Well, there you go. Well, it was a it was a I guess an excessive celebration penalty. Which will maintain the interception, but it's a 15-yard penalty. So all the Longhorns have to do, though, is just run out this clock. So there you go. Texas is going to get the win. Expect for them to get glazed on SportsCenter throughout the rest of their time up until the selection Sunday, a couple of weeks from now. And that doesn't matter. The one thing I wanted to not to happen has happened. The dadgum mouse is back in the SEC championship. Pending Bama holds on against Auburn and Jordan-Hare, the SEC championship's going to be Alabama versus Georgia. If Bama somehow blows it in Jordan-Hare, it'll be Georgia versus Ole Miss. So, yeah. We get another year of my arch dadgum nemesis in the national, or not the national championship yet, but they're going to be back in the SEC championship for the umpteenth year in a friggin' row because Texas A&M can't do shit. And this is exactly what I'm talking about here. You know what? I can't. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. You know what? No, you deserve this. 11-0. All you have to do to make the SEC championship, is beat an 8-3 Texas, a 3-loss Texas, who I remind you lost to a 3-8 Florida. All you had to do was beat them That's all you had to do, and then you're going to go to the SEC Championship at 12-0, potentially solidify a spot as a first-round bye in the playoffs. But nope. Instead, what has to happen is Marcel Reed figures out he can't throw a football anymore. He turns into a glorified Jalen Milroe from Walmart. The entire offense goes full on potato. Lets Texas go all over them like complete clowns. I mean, you had one job. I don't get it. All you had to do was not become Georgia Tech, and you became Georgia Tech. Great freaking job. Great freaking job. Absolute clowns. I don't know if you're going to win Clown of the Week, but you very well should. You absolute buffoons. God, freaking. Yeah, but this. Battered Aggie syndrome is a revelation. You deserve it. You deserve every last bit of it for this one. I relied on you for one time in your life, and you do this. 1998 forever is it's relevant to another team. It's not just us, but it's relevant to you as well. 1998 forever. You bring that type of offense into the playoffs, and you'll be out of it before you can even breathe. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Cancer Stinks 1, appreciate the $5 super chat, man. Says, just a reminder, A&M has been in the SEC for 13 years and never made the conference championship. Texas made it in their first year. Yeah. Yeah, no. This is what they do. This is what they do. Yeah, when you give a mouse a cookie, he's gonna want another one. When you give a mouse expectations, he shits himself and dies. Unbelievable. Well, at least now I don't have to root for Alabama. Now I actually have a reason to root against them when they play Auburn. That's the only good thing to come of this. Sit in the max chair and think about what you did, Aggies. Yeah, really. Battered Aggie syndrome gets its first win of the season. Plenty more to come if this is what you're getting in the playoffs. Truxham, appreciate the 11, says, this is why I can't trust anyone else to beat Texas outside of Oklahoma. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. What does that get us? 55. Oh, cool. We get to hit the Squiddy. It's like a Squidtard sucks Squiddy, but at least I get to hit one, because part of this is, of course, my fault for daring to root for A&M. But at least I get one gritty. Are you ready? I said right foot creep. And Texas is pouring on the salt with a big run right here. Gets past the 50. They might score again before it's over. They might actually score another touchdown before it's over. And I say do it. Might as well. Rub the salt in the wound, why don't you? Safe to say, any hope of A&M getting a first-round bye has been completely wiped off the face of the earth. In the process, you might actually gift a 3-loss Texas that, again, I'm going to keep mentioning it, lost to Florida. Got beat down by a 3-8 Florida. You're about to gift them into the college football playoffs. Because of Arch Manning. And him being the golden boy of Sports Center. Good job. Congratulations, you absolute idiots. They're going to give you the mercy rule, and they're just going to take a knee to go ahead and solidify this one. But golly, man, put any realm of expectations on the poor Aggies, and they just go full on potato. Unbelievable. Just crazy. Just absolutely crazy. You know what's funny? You give A&M any schedule that looks like all the other years they've been in the conference, and you're looking at another 8-4 season. That's the thing. You're 11-0 because of your schedule. If you had to go through Texas' schedule, you're probably 8-4 again. Make it another 5,000 days when A&M will probably beat Texas because every time you go up against them, you turn into an offense that doesn't exist. My goodness. That is just unfortunate. Well, there you go. Longhorns win the day. Sends the mouse off to the freaking championship game. The SEC championship game, at least. Sharpshooter James, appreciate the $5 super chat. Says, lol, what's your issue with Kirby Mouse Squid? There are good Georgia fans out there, but a whopping majority of the Georgia fans I've ever interacted with want my life ruined. And so far, they're succeeding because I cannot catch a break, man. This team, this fan base, I hate Georgia more than any other team in the history of history. And of course, leave it to the Aggies to help guide them all the way to the conference championship again. Thank you. Thank you. You can come back down from 27 against South Carolina, but the moment I need you to actually do something, you disappear. Up all y'all's asses, man. Screw Texas A&M. I want them to do one thing. One thing for once. I never rooted for A&M up until today, and the one time I do, they disappear. All right, well, all that aside, Texas A&M's freaking blown aneurysm aside, congratulations to Texas on this huge win. They put up a hell of a fight tonight, and they're going to get away. It's not even that they're going to get away with one. Their defense, if their defense plays like this throughout if they make a playoff run, they're not guaranteed to make the playoffs, obviously, but if they somehow miraculously get into the playoffs, and the defense plays like this through the rest of the way there, they might be looking at a really good run. But again, we're going to find out in due time. They're going to need some favors for sure. They've put themselves into a bit of a hole because they have 3 losses, but this A&M win is definitely going to prop them up quite a good bit. No, I don't have to rely on... thankfully, I do not have to rely on Bama. Because now that A&M lost, there's no reason for me to. Georgia's in. Georgia's into the playoffs no matter what happens now. Or not in the playoffs. Georgia's already in the playoffs, but they're going to Atlanta no matter what happens now. It's either going to be Georgia and Alabama or Georgia and Ole Miss. That's what it's going to be. So, thanks A&M. Thank you for doing the one thing you couldn't and putting my arch dadgum nemesis in the friggin' SEC championship game. Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Really greatly appreciate it. Getting outpaced by an offense that could only score 6 against Oklahoma. Great job. Great friggin' job. Yeah, you weren't SEC championship material anyway. You would have walked in there and then got boat raced by whoever showed up to play you. Whether it was Bama, Georgia, or Ole Miss, one of them was going to end up boat racing you because we've seen now firsthand what you do every time you face against an upper echelon of the SEC. You suddenly fall off a cliff and die. Revert back to Texas 8-4. Keep this crap up and you might revert to Texas 6-6. Freaking poverty, man. Freaking poverty. It's just ridiculous, man. Masquerading as a real football team, just like you masquerade as a military school. You're not one of the two. You're not either. You're not a real football program, and you're not a military school. So quit acting like it. All right. Well, yeah. I'm very salty. I'm very salty that this is the moment they choose to piss themselves. They could have pissed themselves at any other point throughout the season. Literally, they could have just got blown out by South Carolina, showed up to win this game, and they would have been in the SEC championship, kicked the mouse out. But nope, instead they had to die in this one. Yeah, man. SMH shaking my head. And Marcel Reed, throw a completion and quit running out of the pocket so many times. I'm not going to, so quit asking. Texas 8-4 forever. Well, they'll probably, if they keep this up, they'll play like they're 8-4 in the playoffs. Set up basically as a bye week for whichever team fortunate enough to play them. The mouse is back in the house. Yep, House of Mouse living good today. Living good today. Diego Pavia getting materials to become Lane Kiffin. That's what happens when you nearly lose to South Carolina. Yeah, and what's funny is that they could have just stayed getting blown out by South Carolina and then lost. You know, they could have beat Texas, lost to South Carolina, and then they still would have gone to the SEC championship. Oh well. The pain. I'm sure A&M fans are feeling a hell of a lot of pain right now. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. King Kakarot, appreciate the $10 super chat, says A&M had one job. Now, if Texas is in the playoffs, they'll never let them forget this. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No doubt about it. And to be honest, based on what I've seen, A&M might not get far in the playoffs. Anytime they face a competent defensive front, that Marcel Reed just has no idea what he's doing. He looked terrible. The offensive line that was blocking for him looked terrible. Everybody just looked awful. I don't know what happened. How many times have you seen Georgia in one of these games? They've been in the SEC championship. I think they've been in the SEC championship. If you go back to 2017. When I started covering football, let's see. 2017, 2018, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Yes. So from 2017 to 2025, 8 years, or is that? Yeah, no, that's 9 years. They have been in the SEC championship 8 of those 9 years. You literally cannot make that up. And so now I get to see him again. Unbelievable, man. I'm sick to my stomach. No amount of Chick-fil-A milkshakes will save us from the inevitable. Yeah, too late now. Kevin Von Mountain, appreciate the 5, says they're gonna gaslight Texas to the CFP, aren't they? Oh, absolutely. I've been saying so all stream. If they win this game, you best guarantee they're probably going to do everything in their power to make sure Texas makes it. Arch Manning is the Sports Center golden boy. So you best guarantee they're going to push every narrative, every strength of schedule push, all the stuff that they did for Bama last year. You're going to hear all of that and more when it comes to Texas. Arizona misses yet another field goal. They're up by 3 still, but that gives the Sun Devils a lot of momentum going into this next drive. I think you missed my 2-month super chat, did I? Oh, you're right. Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse, go Dogs. Yeah, I'll play the stinger. I'll play the stinger for you. Hold on. Where is it? There it is.
Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse.
Yep, there you go. No escape from it at all. Marcel Reed is just Johnny Manziel of the 2020. No, he is not. No. He's like the Walmart version of Haynes King, which is funny because they originate from the same university. Remember when Haynes King was here? They had the same exact type of problem on offense. A quarterback where every time the line crumbled just a little bit, he suddenly became completely inept. Same thing happened here. Just joined. It looks like the Aggies tripped at the finish. Yeah, they've been long tripped up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Arizona's kicking situation, but yeah, no, he's suddenly they don't have a kicker anymore. Ay, ay, ay. But I mean, it's just the only thing this does that's at least good for some people is that it's going to do a lot of propping up for the SEC, because there's a possibility now if Texas makes the playoffs, that means we're going to have like what, 5 or 6 SEC teams in there. Texas, Georgia, Bama, A&M, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma. I mean, that's six freaking SEC teams. Ohio State loses, then are they clown of the week? Says Ender Hamblin. Potentially? I don't know. It depends on how they lose. That's also important too. Michigan's at least a top 15 team, so I don't know. We'll see, but they would definitely be in the running. I'll say that much. Appreciate the $2 super chat though. Thank you. Texas out of the playoffs. They should be. They should be. They absolutely should be. No 3-loss team has any business in even a 12-team playoff. But you're forgetting the fact that this is the golden boy of SportsCenter for ESPN, for all the national media outlets, because Arch Manning is the guy that they've been gargling on ever since the season began. Hell, even before that. You should have seen what it was like before that. All the excuses that came out after he got beat down by Ohio State, everything that came after all the losses to Florida, and all of it. All of it. You should have seen it all. They made every excuse in the planet when Arch Manning played bad, and now that he's had a good game where Texas wins against the number 3 team in the country that's undefeated, yes, you best guarantee they're going to be propping the hell out of Texas up from now until Selection Sunday. Guarantee it. I hope Georgia loses the ACC championship game. Based on how things have gone, they're going to win it. They might win it in overtime too. Make it an entertaining bout all the way up until the end. The football gods bowed down to the mouse. There's very little you can do about that other than accept it for what it is. That's the truth. There's nothing else you can do other than accept it for what it is. The real question is, where do they put A&M in the rankings next week? There were 3 today. I don't think they go down any more than like 8. Because I still think A&M, even with how bad they looked, they're going to be 11-1 heading into this playoff run. I think they're not going to be any worse than 8. They might be around, by the time Selection Sunday gets here, they're going to be around the 6 to 7 range. Yes, 6 to they're going to be around that range when the playoffs roll around. Texas was number 1 in the preseason as well. Oh yeah, expect for that to be important. We're gonna hear number 1 preseason ranked Texas comes out and beats A&M. No one's hotter than the Longhorns right now. 5th appearance in a row. And 27th appearance in my lifetime. You're the bane of my existence. Next year the Aggies will play 4 and 8. Like they'll play 4th. What does that mean? They'll play they'll be 4 and 8. I don't think that. If you guys see a Texas A&M fan, remember to beat their ass. No, the fans didn't do anything wrong. I don't think anybody should get their ass beat for football-related reasons. I'm not like some people in our other fan base who think somebody's mom should get beat up because their son's acting like a dumbass. One thing is, it's going to be interesting for sure, is say Bama does lose to Georgia in the SEC championship game. Now they're like, what, 10-3? 10-3. Do they let Bama in or Texas? Because I don't think they let both in that scenario. They have no choice to let Bama in if they win against Georgia. But if they lose, do they let Bama in and Texas? Or do they only leave one of them in and then kick the other one out? Or do they kick them both out? It all depends on whatever they think of BYU and Utah and some of these other 10-win teams that didn't play in an SEC championship. Because if you kick Bama out for losing to Georgia in the SEC championship at 10-3, then all you're proving is that making the conference championship is the exact thing you don't want to do if you're a bubble team. So a lot of things to keep in mind for the playoff race, even at this point in time. It's like Texas defense has more strength than A&M's offense. They were tossing these guys out like they were at a wall. Yeah, the tackles for A&M, they had no idea what they were doing. They were full on potato. Full on potato. Are y'all just such massive UGA haters that you'd rather want Bama to win another SEC title? I'm rooting for the Meteor. If you ask me, there's no good scenario to come out of this at all, to be honest, and from my perspective, at all. Who did A&M beat? They're lucky to win versus South Carolina. Their best win is Notre Dame. The Notre Dame win is the thing that props them up. If they didn't have that, they wouldn't even be close to the top 15. I'm an A&M fan, but they need to spend $250 million on NIL because I'm tired of these performances. It's not even that. Y'all just, I don't know what happened, other than the fact that you need to have a quarterback who's one more prepared to face off on the road. Good news is you're gonna be at home for the next game for your playoff game. I don't know who you're gonna be against. It's looking like it might be a rematch. At this point, I think it might be a rematch because Notre Dame is right there on the edge, right there. And I think they're going to stay there. I don't think Notre Dame is going to be hosting, but I think they're going to face off against the 8 seed, and it might be A&M. It might be. So keep that in mind. You might be going up against Notre Dame in a rematch. If UJ wins the Natty, are you going to flip out and trash your room? Well, I'm not going to trash my room, but I might. I'll bring in a lot of Seagrams, I'll tell you that much. They beat what should have been a 4-0 Auburn. Yes, there you go. There's the quality win that they've been looking for. The Auburn win. Yes, of course. Bowless Auburn. That's the win of the century right there. I think we should just pretend the SEC doesn't exist so we don't have to see either team win. Yeah, best case scenario for me is somebody like BYU finds a way to win the national championship, or Texas Tech. I don't have a reason to root against Texas Tech. I don't have a reason at all. Or Oregon. Oregon is fine. I mean, it would prop up the Big Ten, and then Ohio State fans would be like, "Oh, look at the Big Ten, it's better than the SEC." But we hear all that. But compared to what could be, that's a way better scenario. But yeah, Texas Tech, BYU, Oregon, one of those teams win, I'll be fine with that. I could live with that. Who wanted to beat up a player's mom? Some Tennessee fans, some dumbass Tennessee fans are speaking up on Vol Twitter about how Diego Pavia's mom is such a I can't finish the word, but you know what I'm saying. You can read my lips. You know, you can read my lips. But anyway, she's such a, blah, blah, blah. We need to have Joey Aguilar's mom beat her up. And like, what in the hell is wrong with you? This is how you know people just spend way too much daggum time on the internet. I'm one of them. I need to go touch grass more too. But at least I know better than to say something stupid like that. Give credit to Lane Kiffin for at least punking one of the dudes who was saying something like, the thing is, when you are a sports writer for the school that you're representing, you can't call the coach a hoe. You can't. Yeah, that's a bad look. She's a cutie. Who you referencing there, Alutron? BYU sucks. They're kind of falling under the Texas A&M pipeline here. Team that really didn't get all the fortune with the schedule. I mean, they did technically because they played a bunch of nobodies, and then the moment they go up against a team with the pulse, that they just turn into a completely inept team. So that definitely did not do them any favors. But 11-1, I'd argue they got a pretty good shot. But they're number 11. They'll need a little bit of fortune on their side. And the good news is they might get it, because it's looking like they're going to get their rematch in the Big 12 championship. They win that, and they're in a really good spot, but we'll see. The only cutie here is Squidtard Sports. Yeah, I wish. I wish. Don't kid me like that. Georgia, Bama, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Texas all have playoff spots. I agree with you with the exception of Texas. Texas has 16. They're not a playoff lock. They're going to need some fortune to happen on their side, I think. That's what they're going to need. They're going to need some good things to happen for them tomorrow, and then we could talk about how there might be a playoff lock. But they're going to need some luck. They're going to need some fortune. A lot of people get way too comfortable online. You say what you want without any consequence. That's the way some people see it. That's why you got idiots who, after ball games, literally DM players threatening them, their families, stuff like that, because they get too comfortable in these situations and they don't actually face any consequences for it. That's a problem. Excuse me. That's a problem. Big problem. Not only that, but people just overall essentially act different in a way. Like me as a content creator, like, you know, I act different when I'm with family or with friends than I do with you guys. That's no insult. That's not me saying that you're not important to me or anything like that. It's just something we do. Everybody acts differently depending on who they're with. People I know, like my friends. Whenever I'm speaking, thing is, funny enough, like whenever I'm speaking to because a lot of my friends that I meet online, I've met them in person before, and whenever I meet them in person, they act differently than how they normally do when you talk to them online. It's the truth, and it's not. I'm not even just saying that for the personal friends that I've met online. I'm talking about other content creators too. Slob Olympics. When I went to the Slob Olympics back from 21 through 24, in case y'all don't know what that is, it's an event run by another YouTuber, a couple of other YouTubers. If y'all know them, Uncle Lou, Pigskin Pete, BVD used to be a part of that too before he sadly passed away. But a lot of the guys that I met, like I met online, who I met there too. Even they act differently when you meet them in person than you otherwise would when you're talking to them, when you're talking to them outside of YouTube. That's why, not to bring this up, but it's like, that's why online relationships are as tough as they are. When you actually start a relationship with a girl that you met online, one thing that makes it extremely tough, what I will say for certain, because I've dealt with this before, this is from experience, is you only know the person so much when you're interacting with them on the internet. You even when you met them in person and then they like move away and you're having to talk to them just through the internet only, or like through online, it gets a whole lot tougher to maintain. Yeah, relationship advice from Squidtard of all people. I know, crazy. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. Dude, threatening the players is just stupid. Imagine getting threatened by someone because you didn't make a burger fast enough at McDonald's. Yeah. Well, people do that. People do that. I see it all the time. It's not just a college problem. It's an NFL problem, especially an NFL problem. You got idiots who actually DM players, insulting them, threatening them, sending personal threats at them and their family. Like, it's the dumbest thing. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life, and they do. They do it, and it doesn't. The sad part about it is, other than them maybe getting exposed if they're stupid enough to do that with their personal account, there's no consequences that come with it. So who cares? That's the way they see it. How far does Texas A&M fall? Probably down to the 7 to 8 range, maybe 6. We'll see. No guarantee of finding out until we find out everything that happens tomorrow, because there's still a lot of football to be played, including this one. Arizona, they got an interception earlier. They're up 10 to 7. A flag. I think it's going to be a roughing a passer that might bail them out here. Squidtard Sports, I seriously love your content. I wanted to tell you, keep up the great work. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. It's you guys that are helping me do it. I wouldn't be making any videos if I didn't have an audience that loved and supported the content like you guys do, so I greatly appreciate y'all for sticking around and helping out. Y'all are real ones for that. I want to see more flag plantings tomorrow. Well, if Ohio State beats Michigan, they're going to try and plant that flag in the middle of Michigan Stadium like Ohio State did. Good luck with that is all I can really tell you. I don't know if they might fall to 10 or 11, bumming up Notre Dame, Bama, meanwhile. No. One thing's for certain is Notre Dame and Miami's a rare exception because Miami lost to 2 absolutely horrifically poverty ACC teams, but they're not moving A&M down. They're not moving A&M below Notre Dame. They're not. They absolutely can't. Wherever Notre Dame is right now, wherever they are going to be on Sunday, promise you this, A&M is not moving down below Notre Dame. They have the head-to-head, plus Notre Dame has double the losses. That's not going to happen. I think the lowest they drop is 8. I think no matter what, we're going to be looking on Selection Sunday, not next week, but the week afterwards. They will be hosting. It's all a matter of who it's going to be against. If I'm A&M, I want to get the benefit of the doubt, maybe get like a team like BYU or something, because I think if they get Notre Dame again, that's going to put them in a really rough spot because their defense, I think, has the potential to shut down A&M's entire game plan. We saw it last year. We might see it again, especially since this one, I don't know. I mean, we're going to find out. I don't even know what we could have done differently. I hate Texas so much. Well, I'm right there with you on that one. Believe me, I know what it's like to lose to our rivals and then just feel helpless afterwards. But I guess the first thing I would say is get a quarterback that can do better on the road. Because whatever, and it's weird because Marcel Reed, A&M, so you guys look great on the road against Notre Dame. So I don't get it. But whenever you get, to me, it looked like a situation where Marcel Reed went up against a defensive line that he was not prepared to face off against, and they made him pay for it because he just spent the entire game running for his life and throwing really risky plays that eventually caught up to him at the end of that ball game. We also have to remember the CFP is on drugs and they don't do the actual logic option. Yes, I mean they are, but that doesn't mean they're that doesn't mean they're that stupid. That doesn't mean they're that dumb. Let's hold off on that here. All right? Let's hold off on that. If they were that dumb, they would have put Alabama in over SMU last year. But thankfully that didn't happen. Everyone seems to forget Ohio State dragging Michigan from 2004 to 2020, save for 2011. Oh, we don't forget it. But we also know that Ryan Day is your head coach and not Urban Meyer. That's also important to take into account. Also, Sharon Moore, I think, is a little bit more competent than somebody like Rich Rodriguez. And he's also undefeated versus Ohio State. Marcel getting hurt didn't help at all. You're absolutely right about that. But when he looked fine after he came back. I don't know the severity of that injury, but if it was anything serious, he wouldn't have gone back in that game. Hope we lock in tomorrow against Vandy. Yeah, I'm right there with you there because Pavia needs to go ahead and hush. It's about that time. I agree with you on that. Yeah, Marcel got hurt for sure. That no contact injury, I'm sure it hurt. It might have looked like a sprained ankle or something, which to me made it all the more weird that Mike Elko is still calling quarterback runs. He was. He sent him back out there and then still had him running quarterback runs. So how hurt was he if Elko was still calling quarterback draws? You know what I mean? Whatever it was, he did not have his best game today. This might have been his worst game throughout his season. So he's gonna. Good news is if you're Marcel Reed, is you're gonna have a lot of time to rest. You're gonna have today's the 28th. You're gonna have at least 3 weeks of rest. At least, because you're probably gonna be a first round. You're gonna be in the first round of the playoffs. You're gonna play 3 weeks from now. Safe to say, in my opinion, I would say, rest up, get your leg healthy if you do have a little bit of an injury going on, and then be ready to face off whoever you got to face off against. We have yet to see a road team go and beat a home team, so who knows? It might happen with you. Texas A&M doesn't have a quarterback. They better look at FSU and get their shit together. I think it's less about them not having a quarterback and more that they just faced a defensive line he was not prepared for, because that's what it came down to me looking like. It looked like South Carolina. It looked like a less, I guess, a less consistent version of what happened with South Carolina, because with South Carolina, every single week, week in and week out, He had to run for his life. Loris Sellers was literally running for his life the entire game because his offensive line could literally not block for shit. In fact, if I were the D, it was so bad they could literally just send 2 guys and all 4 or 5 of his linemen would just go, oh. That's the problem there. They would turn into this. They would turn into this right here. They would turn into that. Or the jug. Either one of the two. Oklahoma's higher than Texas no matter what. That would be the thing that makes the most sense, but again, as somebody mentioned earlier, the playoff committee is drunk, plus Texas beat the ever-living hell out of Oklahoma when they played, so even if Mateer was hurt, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. Especially if Oklahoma gets beat by LSU. If Oklahoma gets beat by LSU, they might be out of the playoffs just completely. I'm going to be honest, this was likely going to happen no matter what. Aggies haven't had a solid opponent yet. Now they have and it bit them in the ass. I mean, better here than in the playoffs, I'd say. Imagine being like a G5 team, you know what I mean? Because if you're a team in the group of 5, you get to face all these G5 crappy doo-doo squads, go into your conference championship, win that, and then you go into the playoffs, and suddenly the talent gap goes from G5 level to championship level, and now you're having to adjust to that, and you barely have any time to do so. That's what happened to Boise State. Genty Ball was able to just massacre everybody that they play. They go up against Penn State's defensive line, and suddenly, now that Genty Ball is no longer working, everything goes to hell. So what's going to happen to the ACC teams, if it's SMU or if it's Pittsburgh, whoever winds up miraculously getting into the playoffs from the ACC, unless if you're Miami, if they rematch against Notre Dame, then maybe they can do something there, but that's about it. What if A&M is like Ohio State from last year? Very highly doubt it. Would be funny. Would be very, very funny. I have no reason to root against A&M. Didn't have one here. I was rooting for them because I didn't want them to get beat and let the mouse in. I have no reason to hate against A&M. So it would be pretty funny to see that happen. Ohio State last year was on fire after the game. Yeah, well, they realized that they had talent. That's the thing. They realized they had so much talent on the field. That's what A&M needs to realize. They had Mario Craver back there and they could never get the ball to him because Marcel Reed was too busy running for his life. How many times did he get the ball? Mario Craver got the ball 5 times. 44 yards. As many receptions as KC Conception. By the way, that's the most receptions, by the way, for any wide receiver individually. 5. More than Texas. Texas let their tight end do all the work. But then again, when you're when you're Marcel Reed and just take off every single time you get under the slimiest bit of pressure, I guess that's what happens for you. Yeah. Oh, Mendoza. In my opinion, yeah, Mendoza's got the trophy. This is Fernando Mendoza's trophy to lose. I cannot imagine a scenario where it's not Fernando Mendoza who wins the Heisman Trophy. I just can't. I don't know about y'all, but literally, I just can't. Again, it might just be me, but that's literally where I stand. You know, y'all, I'm gonna get ready for college game day tomorrow. Yeah, it's about that time to go ahead and head out here too. Now we'll see you guys tomorrow, of course. I'll be live for the 3:30 slate because I got to get ready for Vandy, Tennessee. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And then I'll also be live the following, the following slate for members only for Alabama Auburn. I'll be live for the Iron Bowl for members only. So if you want to watch after the Tennessee Vandy game, then make sure you become a channel member. And yeah, that's all I really got to say. So appreciate all of y'all for being in here tonight. I don't really expect that big of an audience whenever I'm not doing Tennessee games because, you know, people want me to crash out, and obviously I'm not going to crash out when it's a game that Tennessee's not involved in. So all of you guys showing up here, I greatly appreciate all the support you guys have given to this channel. More importantly, I appreciate all of you guys who sent super chats and have supported the channel that way because you're giving your money's worth to support Tardaria, and that greatly that means so much. I can't even imagine. So whether you're here, whether you donated, maybe whether you're just sitting and watching the stream, I greatly support. I greatly appreciate the support that you're giving to this channel because it goes such a long way. I genuinely mean that. So thank you all again. Really, y'all are wonderful people. The mouse gets the cheese again. That's absolutely right. So I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll run a poll tomorrow during the stream to see which one I should go live for, because I'll probably be live again for a members only stream, and then I'll be going live for the public, and I'll probably run a poll. And if I had to guess, it's going to be the SEC championship again that's going to win it. Might be the Big Ten championship that wins it though. I don't know. I hope it's the Big Ten championship because that game's probably going to be really fun if Ohio State and Michigan wound up, or Ohio State and Indiana both. Well, Indiana's already won, but if Ohio State wins against Michigan, it's going to be two undefeated Goliaths going at it in the Big Ten championship. So a lot of hype. Is it too late to raid? I don't know. How many people do we have on the Twitch right now? Let me check. No, I don't really see much of a point in raiding if it is just us. But yeah, I don't really see anybody to raid. It's also that I don't really see anybody to raid because we got to remember this is a little hangout stream for the peoples who watch the football and stuff. If this were a gaming stream, I would probably raid somebody I know, but right now it's probably not for the case. Who would win 2023 Iowa or 2023 USC? Probably go exactly identical to how this year's game against Iowa and USC went. And I forget who won. I think it was USC. Yeah, USC. USC barely won that game. Proves that offense is more competent than defense, at least in this day and age of college football. But yeah, that's all I got for you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Tennessee Vandy. Of course, I'll give you guys all my thoughts about Michigan, Ohio State, and all the other games that will happen in the noon slate. But yeah, I got to go ahead and get ready for bed and everything like that. Get ready for another big slate of college football games tomorrow. So guys, thank you all again for watching. Greatly appreciate you guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow for a great slate of college football, the final regular season slate of college football. Love y'all. Peace to ya. And as always, power to Tardaria. And I'll check with y'all next time.